All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Any additions or deletions to the agenda? Oh, sorry, Susan. No? Okay, I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Reid, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Well, welcome to Budget 2019-2021. It's exciting. Got a great document in front of us. I want to thank staff for everything that they've done. I know it's obviously your job to prepare a budget for council, but I think it was a job well done. I know how much time and effort that Mr. Devanna placed on the budget, and of course with help from Deputy CAO, with the absence of our I always struggle with this title. Corporate Services? Senior Manager Corporate Services. Vacancy. So, a motion to waive. Okay, well, I was still in my preamble. Yeah, I'm excited to have the budget in front of us, and I like the format this year. I like the way that we got to it, and the discussion that was had by all the managers in an open session this year, which was something different that Mr. Devanna put in place. I've had great feedback from staff on their input, and just being able to hear one another's presentation was different than past years, and I think hopefully we'll see that reflected in here. And so just a little rundown of how we'll go through. I think today we're starting with operating budget, Mr. Devanna? Yep. And so we'll have a little display from you and an introduction, but after we do a motion to, perfect. A motion to temporarily suspend section 17.3 and 24 of our procedural bylaw, number 01/2011, for the duration of the special meeting, November 15th, 16th, and potentially 19th, 2018. Someone? Councillor Flowers, all in favor? Great, thank you.
That was easy.
That was easy, yeah. Well, maybe that's a sign of things to come, yeah. Over to you, Mr. Devanna. I think while you're making your way to the podium, I'll just talk about, maybe we're going to be going through the operating today, but we're going to go through each section, talk about each section, discuss it as a council, kind of have a in, out. Is this something you want to talk about, or you're okay with it being the way it is? We'll move on. We'll keep, I think administration's going to keep a running tally of where we're at with the percent increase or decrease, or just where we're laying as a budget item, right? The final number. So, and then at the end, we'll have an opportunity to say, okay, now that I see the overall number, maybe I would like to see this item back in, or maybe I'd like to see this one out, or I'm okay with it. So, just so you know, that's kind of how we'll go today. So, over to you.
Okay. So this morning we're going to go through some of the operating budgets, but in the afternoon we've brought the managers are coming to do a presentation for each of the positions that they're asking for. So, you know, I would encourage you to wait until we do those presentations so you make any decisions on the FTEs that we're requesting in the budget. The other thing I've handed out, I'll give this to you guys too. I've handed out this tax and utility summary. And the reason I've handed it out to you is that since when we originally handed this out, the average monthly increase was going to be $11.29. Since that time, our sewer fees, which is the middle one, our average sewer bills, the rate that is charged is being reduced from $6.90 to $6.50, and the rate for the consumption has been reduced from $2.30 to $2.26. And the reason this has happened is our wastewater goes to Calgary, and Calgary recalculated their rates, and they were lower than the ones that we had put in our staff budget. And the net effect of that was to reduce the average monthly charge from $11.29 for all-in services per month to $10.09. So approximately a 10% reduction just on that one area. And it's reflected there in the red. So that's kind of our starting point.
It's a good note to start on.
Okay. I'm going to go first. How do we get this thing? Oh, yeah, it moves. Are you guys moving it on me over there? Oh, I want you to go to the executive summary. Okay, next page. I just wanted to do, just kind of highlight what we're going to be talking about for the next couple of days. So the first thing on there is our guiding principles, which we've talked about a number of times, aligning and supporting your priorities, your directions, maintain services, manage growth, and proactive infrastructure plan. The budget that we're presenting to you today is for 2019 is at 3.6%. So keep going down. It includes $130 million worth of capital projects for the new Bow River Bridge, the Center Avenue widening, intersection improvements on Center Avenue and Highway 1A, grade separated crossing, pedestrian crossing at historic downtown, and pedestrian crossing at West Valley and Heartland. A key theme in the budget is an effort here to address our infrastructure gap. And I've also handed out to you another sheet. When we get to corporate services, we'll start talking about this. But basically, right now we set aside 8.3% or $2.1 million, and that represents only 36% of our depreciation. So our assets are depreciating at about $5.8 million a year, but we're only putting 2.1 aside. So a major theme in this budget is to add 2% more each year to identify this or to address this gap. If we follow through, by 2021, we'll be generating $3.9 million instead of 2.1, and that would cover 67% or 2/3 of our depreciation, which is significantly better than the 37% we're covering now. Go down a little bit. The budget does anticipate some borrowing. Most of it is off-site supported borrowing. For the Bow River Bridge, $9 million. For the RCMP, it's primarily tax supported, and I just answered Councillor Wilson's question. And I'll address it here. That $16 million, 26% of that is supported by off-site levies. That's for future growth. And the remainder is for the existing population in that building. Wastewater twinning project, 8.8. Wastewater twinning, $10 million in 2025, and then $18.8 million for the Center Avenue crossing. Finally, our debt position, we're at 32, what are we at? Our total debt right now is $32 million. Of that debt, 8.5 is tax-supported debt. And if we follow through in our 10-year plan, we'll have $54 million in debt. We'll have tax-supported debt of 15.8 and off-site levy-supported debt of 38 million. And you can see that the primary driver of our debt is growth-related projects. That's all I want to say on the executive summary. Council priorities, I think you'll see that when we go through the budget, that we have definitely focused on your priorities. There is a large element in the budget related to the community connectivity with all of the transportation projects that we've already talked about. Then we have community development and planning. You're going to find, so just go down a little bit. You're going to find that we are going to be updating our municipal development plan. We're going to be finishing up our land use bylaw review. We're also going to be participating at the Growth Management Board, and we'll be updating our economic development plan. Community engagement. We've done an extensive amount of engagement on the projects related to the budget this year. The one specific one that is a big decision for you guys to make is related to the transit. And then finally, on the community facilities, the budget includes the new police detachment. We have been advocating for improvements in our health services from Alberta, and we are expecting the tri-site recommendations to be revealed, I understand, on the 27th of November. Okay, let's move to council.
Dave, you got a couple questions you want to hold it till the end of your?
Oh, no, again, we should just do the questions whenever you got them.
Okay, all right. Councillor McFadden?
So, sorry, let me just, so with the planning for infrastructure renewal, and we've set that strategy to increase that, and I think it's a good strategy. I just want to understand, the ultimate goal is to get us to the point where every tax year, 15% would go into this?
If we follow through on this budget, we'll be at 12.25 of our, this spreadsheet here actually outlays this.
Yep.
Right, well, last year, before you guys did the 1%, we were around 7. If we follow through on this budget with the 3.6 and the 3.66 and the 295 increases, we'll be at 12%, 12.25% of all taxes will go to infrastructure replacement.
Okay, and the ultimate goal is to get that to 15% so that,
Well,
are we
it's funny,
happy with 12?
This spreadsheet here, or this chart, indicates that 67% of our depreciation will be covered at 12.25. I personally think that's really good, given the grants that we are receiving presently from the province. So having 2/3 of the money covered by your own money and 1/3 covered by grant, I think is actually achievable. And so I don't know if we need to add a further 1%, 1%, 1% in the following years based on the projection of this chart.
Okay, so what we're saying then is that so we're going to spend a couple of years playing kind of an aggressive catch-up to get to that point?
That's what we
Right,
planned.
and then, so then at 2022, we would then at that point say that for every tax dollar, 12.5 cents of that is going to be going right into reserves
Yes.
for all of our capital. Okay.
Yes.
What would be the impact of taking that strategy of doing that for 3 years and drawing that out over, 4 years or 5 years?
It'll take longer to get to the target.
Yeah, I know.
So, the way I look at this, the sooner we get there, the sooner it's in the base, and then council doesn't have to worry about it every year. If we could get to that target, that's why I'm confident that we'll be under 3% for all the future years. Because right now, in the 3.6, 2% of it is related to this. So if council feels that it's important to slow it down, of course you can slow it down. You're just not going to have that money as quickly, that's all. But you're on the right track. You started it last year with the 1%. In our strategic session in the spring, we talked about adding 2 to see if we could accommodate that within 3%. We have not done that. We're at 3.6. But you guys haven't finished your deliberations. But if you choose to go at 1.5, then that would be manageable.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm not advocating for anything right now. I just wanted to
Yeah.
understand all the options. Is that it's a significant change?
I'm just trying to improve our position, relative to when we started at 7. So anything better than, the current situation at 7 is better. So that's not ideal. Don't get to the target.
Okay, thank you. And then in the council priorities, one of the priorities we have is to prioritize commercial and industrial development while broadening residential housing options. I know as a general planning. Is any point in our 3-year strategy, are we looking at doing like a market analysis to actually like go and get the proper research on that? Or are we relying on kind of our best understanding of on the ground to?
We just started talking about where we might be visioning for the town. I feel that we should start looking at our existing industrial areas to maximize its potential on the east side of the quarry. That area is underachieving in my view as relates to operating businesses and maximizing the tax potential there. We approved Greystone, which does have a light industrial area. It was a key approval also for us to achieve our 4% growth target, because if we provide land use there, the taxes will go up on the land. That's very important to help us improve on our ratio of 85 to 15 between residential and non-residential. And then, there's even an opportunity to look at, we have one of the lowest business tax rates for the non-residential well, I think we have the lowest. So that's something that you could also look at.
Yeah, and I think, like for my part, I've always wanted us to get stronger in the commercial and the industrial to offset the weight that's being carried by the residential areas. And for years, the problem was we didn't have the space. The quarries come online, so now those businesses actually have space to go to. We have Greystone coming online, but as we're starting to talk, forecasting beyond 10-15, do we need to start looking at creating an industrial park or changing our zoning or aggressively pursuing that? But in order to make those decisions, I feel that we need an actual market analysis of whether there's space for us to compete in that market, or is Springbank something we can't compete against? I just like to understand, make sure that we're making those decisions based off of an actual understanding of what the local market is that we'd be competing in, because I think there's a real opportunity for Cochrane to do there. We have a highly educated population, and as we're starting to look to the future, we need to, I think, make those decisions. So if it's not in, I get it's not in this budget, I understand that, but in the future years, that might be something I think we'd like to look at.
We probably do need a market analysis to determine what services. The thing that is in this budget that is the fiber optic deployment in the downtown area, and specifically in the industrial area. We're hoping that will attract new businesses to come to that area that's already got a lot of vacant property on it.
No, and I'm super thrilled to see the MDP is in process and the land use bylaw, and starting to get a review of when our plans are aging out with how quickly we grow.
I think just on your comment about the market analysis, the Growth Management Board, I think part of the studies that we'll be doing over the next couple of years may not be specific to exactly what you're talking about, but regionally that study will be happening for servicing and for land use, and I think it will touch on some of that. I don't know, Drew, if you could back me up on that?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, and I think the other thing is the economic development strategy that we'll work on will also assist in the direction that you're looking for.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm good for it.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. I had 2 comments and then a question if I could. So the comment initially is kind of looking at this big picture, so strategically, council set its direction, which then followed into council's priorities, which you've summarized. Administration prepared the budget, and now council's responsibility is to see if that budget is appropriate. And so for me, that's just kind of the thought process, and I think if there's members of the community watching that they need to appreciate that was all the forerunners to this. The second comment is that I did support and I continue to support the infrastructure, addressing the infrastructure gap, and I think that the moves that we're putting in place are appropriate. Like Councillor McFadden, I'm not sure just what the percentage should be. I mean, overall, in terms of the budget, I do worry that the demographics of the citizens of Cochrane, essentially young families trying to make a go of it and retirees, that overall the budget number that we might come up with may be outstripping or outpacing their ability to pay. But my question was, Mr. Devan, and I think it'd be appropriate if you could answer it now, is we've talked about the growth rate being 4%, and I know that you and I have spoken about that the rationale for the budget is a 4% growth, but you're fairly confident about that 4% position next year, and I think it might be worthwhile for council to hear that from you.
We're talking about assessment growth.
Right.
Yeah,
Population.
so
Yep.
there was recently an article in the paper that talked about population growth and how population growth is somehow related to assessment growth, but there is definitely not a direct linkage. And what we're looking at is assessment growth. And so assessment growth lags 1 year behind, so our 4% for this year is related to the 2018 assessment growth year, and our 2020 assessment growth number of 4% is the 2019 growth. And so the reason I have a fair amount of confidence about the 2020 growth number is because you approved Greystone. If you had not approved Greystone, and because we certainly have a lag in our residential growth right now. The builders have been talking about it. But if you provide land use to Greystone for even a portion of it, and in the most likely portion that you're going to be providing it to is the light industrial, commercial, multi-family, and maybe some of the residential on the east side, that is going to automatically increase the value of those properties. And therefore, those properties will pay a higher level of tax consistent with that land use. And therefore, I'm sure we're going to get a bump, even if we have a slowdown in the residential growth for 2019 and 2020. So that's why I feel some confidence for those first 2 years on the we're going to get the final numbers for the 2018 growth, which is the 2019 number. Those would be finalized in the latter part of December. I think that answered your question.
Yeah, no, I think for me, I mean, our sidebar conversation was several weeks ago was really helpful in helping to understand the difference between population growth and assessment growth. And then secondly, to your confidence and why you were confident about us being able to achieve that. I think council, if they hadn't heard that, needed to hear that, and I think the general public needs to hear that, because I think it's a really positive reinforcement of some elements of this budget moving forward. So thank you.
I do actually think, though, there is a perception that that providing land use is a bad thing. And that is that we need to slow down growth by not providing the land use. I'm not an advocate for that. I believe that our jobs are to provide the land use and the certainty around the property and let the market decide when they get built. But if we do slow down land use, we'll slow down the 4% as well. Because if you don't approve Greystone, then that lift will not be there. So I think that's important for the public to understand as well.
Okay. Councillor McFadden, another question?
Yeah, sorry. The,
No need to be sorry.
I know, I was just gonna say, I don't know why I said that. But I didn't wanna like detract from everything, and now we've like gone a total sidebar. So with your forecast, one of the things I think is, and we were seeing in here, is the CRL on the quarry site. That is just about reached completion, I think. When will the tax revenue from that site be able to go from the CRL and be transferred into the general revenues?
Well, we're hoping not in the near future. In 2020, I think it's 2020, that we have to ask the province whether they'll extend that program so that into 2031, I believe is the number.
Okay.
That way those, because the advantage of the CRL program is that not only are the taxes in that area generated going to capital improvements in that area, also the education taxes, roughly about $400,000 a year, are also staying with the town rather than going back to the province. And so if we were to discontinue that program, that would be giving $400,000 away annually to the province.
Okay, so we're looking to extend that for another decade or so?
And the hope is, you know, with the Tri-Site project, there is, you know, depending on what their recommendations are, if they had a new library and innovation center, improvements at the Esso bulk station site, all those things will get funded with the CRL money. That's the way the budget's built. So we're not wanting to stop the program administratively anyway. That's not the direction we're providing.
Yeah, so the benefit of this is that extra 400,000 plus in the education that is going to be able to stay with the municipality to continue to invest in that site
Right.
for a lot of the projects that have been invested, or that have been identified in our 10-year plan. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Council.
All right. So the major change in this operating budget is that the federal government changed the tax rules to eliminate your 1/3 tax exemption. And so this budget includes a lift in the salaries for the mayor and council to the tune of about $35,000 to make the net pay of the council the same as it is with the tax exemption. And so that's the major change here. It's consistent. We were at the Mid-Cities Mayor's Caucus, and most, if not all, municipalities are making this adjustment to ensure that the net pay of council is the same as it was before the tax exemption was removed.
Sorry, what page are you on? That's the one I'm on. Perfect. Thanks.
So that's our recommended budget for you guys.
Okay, Councillor Nagel?
I don't think I can support giving us a raise because our taxes are going up. I just don't think it's fair. Nobody in the private sector gets a corresponding raise when their taxes go up. And the irony here is we're talking about raising everybody else's taxes, and then we just want to give ourselves a raises because we're feeling the pinch of tax hikes. It just doesn't seem right to me. What I would like to see done is the remuneration task force that I believe is coming forward later in the year. I'd like to see their recommendations and then perhaps leave it to an independent task force to decide what an appropriate salary is for us. But like I said, certainly can't support just giving us a raise because our taxes are going up.
What was the amount?
35,000.
Okay.
Spread amongst the 7 of you.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I would support what's being proposed, although my vantage point is different. I don't see it as being a tax or an increase in salary. I think it's bringing us back to where we were. So I would support what's being proposed, but I don't see it as a salary increase per se.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, just to speak to that, I agree with Councillor Reid. This isn't a salary increase, and I certainly agree with the extra workload that has grown with the council role in recent years, that it is time to kind of look at two separate items. This is about just making sure that the take-home salary that we're earning is maintained, and this is being interpreted the same way across the board, across the country. The second issue then would be to look at actually what council remuneration is, and I think there's, that would be a discussion I would really like us to see perhaps early in next year to kind of evaluate, and I think there's a really good, to do a remuneration task force to work with the public, understand the role, the challenges of the role, and comparables, and go from there. But yeah, I don't see this as anyway as a impact of our salary.
I agree with you, Councillor McFadden. And as Mr. Devanna pointed out, we had this discussion at our mid-sized cities mayors and CAO caucus, and everybody around the table was talking about how is your municipality going to address this. And of course, we have to look at our own budget in our own community in isolation, but it is being looked at across the province as net zero. So it's not like we're increasing pay to council, it's take-home pay is the same. So increase, yes, it's going to cost municipality $35,000 to do this. It significantly affects my salary, being the full-time person. So I haven't done the math on exactly what it would be in reduction to my salary to take home, but to get paid less to do the job that I signed up for, to put in the same hours, it's just, to me, doesn't make sense. But so that's how I'm looking at it. I think we're actually going the wrong way. I think council, I've always been an advocate for council to be paid fairly for the time that we put in. We all signed up for the job knowing what that salary would be, so we can't just willy-nilly change it. And we have a policy that will be coming forward in the middle of our term, which is next year. But this, to me, is a change in the federal tax that we need to just adjust and move on. Otherwise, the gap that I believe exists in our pay already is only going to get larger, and we're passing that on to future councils to have to deal with. And it's always been a bugbear. Sorry, my phone's going off here. It's always been an annoyance of mine. I've sat on the remuneration committee to try and change that when I was not an elected official. And it's clear that councils are reluctant to give themselves anything. And it's because it's seen in the community as you're giving yourself a raise. Well, yes, that is one way to look at it, but I also think that we need to be bold and say, you need to pay fairly for this position to attract good people. And that's not to say anybody around the table is not a good person for putting their name forward, but council pay is important, and I think paying $28,000 a year to do a job that takes a lot of your time and it changes you as an individual in the community, and then again as mayor, full-time, I think it's a step in the wrong direction if we're going to be removing it. So that's my 2 cents on the sense. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, I would just add that the federal Urban Municipalities Group, or FCM, has also supported this. And from what I understand, having received their newsletter, and I have copies of what they had proposed, and happy, I had already previously distributed to council, but willing to do that again, was that the majority of communities across Canada were considering this proposal that they had put out, which is exactly what is being proposed here. And I agree with Councillor McFadden. I think it's appropriate that we separate the two issues. This is not a salary increase. This is actually just bringing us back to where we were. Right? So.
Yeah. Totally. Councillor Padeco.
I think it'd be fair to say too that had, the remuneration committee beforehand, before we got elected, had known that this was coming down, that chances are those salaries might have been adjusted in the first place before we even got into the position. So that would be my take anyways, that we would have seen different numbers.
So you want it to stay the same as proposed in the budget?
I mean, I think that's only fair because I do have to agree, especially for your position. You have the biggest chop coming if we don't kind of do something to help you out. So
Councillor Flowers.
I too agree with the proposed budget. I just wondered if the recommendations were put in place that you made when you were on the remuneration committee.
I think there was a
Implemented.
2.5% increase over 4 years or something. Just for councillors, yeah, yeah. So I think that policy is being enacted, yeah. Yeah. So far, it's in, is that what I'm hearing? We want to
Alright.
vote on each one as we go, or just
No, you don't need to vote. We're,
straw poll?
you know,
is-
if you change anything, we're going to tabulate that. And
Yeah.
then at the end of our session, you will go back to the tabulation and then revisit each of your proposed changes, and then you can vote on that.
Yeah, okay.
But if you're just accepting this one, then we would move on to the next one.
So we're good to move on? Okay, thank you.
Move to page 41.
Thank you.
Try and make it easier for you all.
I'd like to say so people can follow along at home, but really it's so that I can follow.
All right, this is my area. So at here, we've got communications. So one of the items that we're going to be doing this year is a customer satisfaction survey. In human resources, we're looking at updating our performance management system at the town, which I believe we can make some improvements there. And then we can just move to the dollars here. So in communications, for us to conduct the customer satisfaction survey, there is $25,000 of new money in here, but we have a reserve specifically for this, and so it will not have any impact on the taxes. We will draw the money from the reserves. Otherwise, the budget is a status quo budget.
Any questions on, oh, sorry, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, so I'm super glad that we're doing the customer satisfaction survey. That's externally aimed. Are we also going to be doing like an internal communications audit about how we best communicate with our own staff? As part of that, or is this
Not as
focused
part
just on
of
staff?
this, it's not part of this. We have been trying, but we need to make improvements in how we communicate with staff. But it has not been the primary focus of our communications department. Last year, really, when council gave us very specific instructions that they wanted us to improve our external, we've had a concerted effort to do that, which is taking up the bulk, if not all, of the time of the communications department. And so, if I asked communications, they would tell me they need another person to do internal communications. And they did ask us for that, and senior team cut that. And we cut, just so you know, the senior management team, when the budgets were proposed to us, the senior team cut $458,000 from the 2019 budget to get to this number. We cut $967,000 in 2020 to get to this number, 3.66, and we cut $1,087,000 in 2021 to get to the 2.95. So we've done a lot of shaving off already on areas that we thought that we could not afford. And internal communications staff member was one of those. It doesn't mean it won't come up again in some future year, but it wasn't deemed a priority based on what council was telling us. They wanted their external communication to be strong.
Okay. And I agree with that, and the engagement last year has been very impressive. I've been very pleased with it. As we're going through the budget, and I'm glad to know that you looked at that position and then decided not to do it. Are you also going to be providing a list with other positions that you've considered so that council can kind of have a review of what choices remain?
Well, we weren't planning to do it, but
I can just ask as we go through.
we probably could provide that list. We'd have to pull that out, but I'm sure we could do that. The thing is, on that one, there was one of these ones where we thought, there's some need for it. Other ones, we may have felt that, that they could be pushed into the future, or that they weren't required at all. So,
All right, and so what, broad strokes, what would the communications position cost to fund?
including benefits, about 85,000.
Maybe, Councillor McFadden, just for your knowledge, I guess, Mr. Devanna and I have talked about this very thing, internal communication. It is a focus of ours, of mine anyways, to increase the messaging, I guess, but internally for staff. I guess, culture and morale obviously has been a focus of mine and of council's. I think we've highlighted that over the past year. So we want to keep that as a priority internally, but Mr. Devanna and I are trying to kind of manage that within our own desks to try and keep it away from the budget at this time.
Okay.
It's kind of a, so it's, when I addressed staff the last time, I referenced in my book here, I have this list of things that I'm working on, and that is one of the things. So just, I don't know
Let me
if
know.
that gives you any comfort, but
Well, now I'm totally scared.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, we're good.
I don't want to lead you to believe it's not important, it's very important, but we just didn't think we need a position to do that at this time. We've set up a staff management committee. We have the recognition ceremonies today. We have the all staff meeting that we're going to do annually. Our executive team has dreamed up some morale building exercises that we're going to be doing in 2019. So it's not like it's not important, and we just didn't feel like we could afford to add it to the budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, so just a question of clarification. So is the per capita cost, this budget, proposed budget as compared to last year, has gone down then?
Yeah.
That's correct? So
That's correct,
that's a
yeah.
good sign, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, and so having also gone down, we're also then doing an employee satisfaction survey, upgrading our health and safety software, updating our performance review. I mean, so I'm not going to go through the list, it's there, but I mean, it's really commendable that we actually take the per capita cost down while it's still achieving some goals, so.
Well, we've actually added this figure too. You will
Right. see
see that we didn't have a cost per capita number. There is a perception out there that our costs are rising. Even Councillor Wilson was mentioning, had a perception that their administration costs were rising per capita.
Right.
And these numbers, I think for the most part, you'll see that these numbers are reflecting the opposite.
And
As the population grows, we're trying to maintain the current staffing levels and still provide the service. And you'll see that on the staffing requests that we're making, they're not administrative related jobs for the most part. They're boots on the ground type people, and we can't, it's hard for us to, to plow more streets with the same amount of people. Yeah.
so that's a good segue into my second question is, so is the COLA in here? Is this in this section, or does it come up later?
COLA is spread out all through the budget.
Oh, okay. And what is that? How much percentage? Is that like a 3% increase? 2%? Okay.
So it's in here. It's
It's
reflected.
in every salaries
every
and
single-
benefit category
Okay.
across the board is this.
Okay, so a staff member would get both the COLA and an annual salary increase on, I'm assuming on some kind of a grid or something,
Not every employee.
based on performance, right?
The employee grids are based on a six-step grid. So you can be in step 1 or as high as step 6. So if your salary range may be between, let's say, 60,000 and 67,000, let's say, that would be spread over the 6 grids. And so an employee that's been here over 6 years is most likely at the top of their grid, and they would only get the
COLA.
2%.
Okay. And sorry to belabor the
And
point,
so
but-
all the increments and the COLAs are all included in the budget, and they're all included in each salary and benefit area.
Okay, so it's good for council to know then the COLA is 2% spread over all departments, and the salary increases are spread over all departments. The last question I had was, based on your comment, was how does staff move from one step in the grid to the next? Is that an annual step, or is that based solely on performance, or years of service, or a combination thereof?
If they have satisfactory performance, they usually move up to the next grid once per year.
Okay, thank
So
you.
they work on January 1st, normally.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a combination? Yeah, okay. Counselor Nagel?
Can you tell us a bit more how we're spending $25,000 on the customer satisfaction survey?
How? Is that your question?
Yeah. Yeah. What
Go
does that money
ahead.
go towards?
I've never been here for one.
Through Mayor Janung, sorry, pardon me, to Councillor Nagel. This customer satisfaction survey is an external survey so it would be with residents. It is $25,000 being proposed funded from a reserve. So we do have a reserve to do customer satisfaction surveys. We try to do them every 5 years. We haven't done one in a few years because of all the changes that have been happening, but this is the year that we would like to do it again. So we talk about things like, where do you get your information from the town, from a communication standpoint, all the way to, are you getting enough? Are you getting what you feel like you're getting? How is your dealing with town staff, with town services, with our service standards, all of that. So it is a survey type. The last time we did it, we used Ipsos Reid. I think you were on council, so you would have seen that. I don't know what they're planning on doing with it. This is just the budget. So it would be a contracted service out, and we would be doing a professional survey to get feedback to improve our service to the community.
So the $25,000 would be spent on a third-party
Yes.
contract?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and funded from reserve.
Normally, and just, I don't know, Suzanne, if this is the way it's done here, but normally the questions that are going to be asked come to council, and then council has an opportunity, in my experience anyway, to add, like if they wanted to survey the population on some specific question, like, do you support 2% increase in the infrastructure gap reserve or something like that? You could ask that question as part of that survey and answer some of your, concerns that you may have.
I get, my only question would be, how is that not redundant compared to all of the other community outreach that we do? Like over the summer, there were a number of community events and barbecues, and
Well,
why
this
is this needed?
Yeah, oh, sorry. This one's statistically valid, and normally when you do these, you ask the same questions over and over, so you can gauge where the population was in 2013 and where are they in 2018. As far as are they happy with their taxes? Are they pleased with the level of service that they get for water, for wastewater, for garbage? And you go through all this and you can compare, and lots of communities do it every year so that they have this, are we getting better or are we getting worse in the perception of the citizens?
Okay.
Counselor Flowers?
I just wanted to say I've gotten a lot of good feedback about the communication this year, and the number of people that know what's going on in Cochrane, I think, has increased a lot. And people like to be involved with the committees and the task force and naming of the bridge and all the things that have been going on. It's been very positive. I would like to be involved with the questions for the survey, and hope that we're not doing the phone survey again. I know we were really limited last time to what we could ask, and thought it would be more helpful to do more extensive survey.
I can tell you they're a very enthusiastic group, that communications group.
I concur.
Do you want to move?
Counselor Fedeko, one more question.
Actually, more of a comment. I'm happy to see that come forward, actually. The last one was done in 2014, and, a lot of centers, including the City of Airdrie, do one every year. So I think it sets a good benchmark as to if we're meeting people's concerns and demands, and so I'm happy to see that come in.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to
Okay, so human resources.
human resources.
There was certainly some reorganization within this department. We deemed one position redundant, and we added two more junior positions to do the work. And so the overall, from a salaries and benefits perspective, the budget's gone, is only gone up $5,000 or $6,000, which is a small amount. So that was the major change in this particular department. Any comments on that section?
Don't see any.
Okay, executive leadership team. So this particular one, there's been no major change in the department. But what we are recommending is that you use your MSI operating grant to prepare a business plan and to administer our fiber optic deployment project in the downtown core only. We see this as we have a 3-year initiative to get the fiber optic cables down. This year, we're focusing in on getting it down to the Spray Lake facility and into the light industrial park area. Then we are going to continue on in the light industrial area in 2020, and then 2021, we're focusing in on the historic downtown. So we are recommending that you do this from an economic development perspective. And just so you know, we're also in, we've shared agreements with TELUS that is interested in doing a fiber optic deployment project in town for our residential areas. They say right now that their deployment would be in 2021, but I've been encouraging them to move us up the list. I would like to see it done in 2019 if we could. And we've also been in discussions with Shaw and ATCO related to fiber deployment. So that's where we're at with this project. We have a business plan, or we have a kind of a sketch of a business plan that would indicate that our fiber deployment would be a moneymaker in the long term to the town after about 3 years, once Greystone comes online. Without the fiber, our fiber, Greystone is reliant on the other players.
Councilor Dacko.
I just have one question. When it comes to the salaries and benefits, in this year, it's sitting at $625,150. The plan by 2021 is $712,678. It's an $87,000 difference. Is there an extra person coming on? Is there more time, or is that just status quo?
That's just following the 2% and the increments. That all of us are at the lower end of our scale, and so that's we're just moving through the grid. There's no new people.
Thanks.
Councilor Nagel.
With the $200,000 investment in fiber, what is the intention for operations? Would the town be operating that, or are we leasing it out to a private operator? Or
What we've been doing with the fiber optic, what do we call it, pilot project, is we are basically selling our dark fiber, and then we have an internet service provider that provides the service. So we get a fee for having our dark fiber available. So we've been able to, we've hooked up Garmin, we've hooked up 4i Innovations, we're hooking up Hunterwood, we're hooking up the Sawmill. There is no option for any of these companies to go with a private provider for fiber. There is no fiber in the downtown except for our fiber. And so these businesses have been very thankful that we were able to put them in a position to be more competitive. So we're trying to continue on with that program in the downtown area. And we've abandoned this idea that we had in the Smart Cities proposal where we would go out all over the city. That's not the target for this plan. This is strictly to help us on our economic development or business development in the downtown core.
So this will just be increasing our downtown internet infrastructure, and we'll still have all sorts of options open to us in the future?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you. So, I guess first questions. So we're saying that this is going to be, the dark fiber is going to be an extension into the downtown area. When we're saying downtown area nowadays, we're meaning
I mean, historic,
the
quarry, and the
rec
light, what I
center,
call the light industrial area
and the light
on the
industrial,
east side.
and the rec center as well. this year.
And we're gonna take it down to the rec center. All, basically from the Fifth Avenue
To the river?
all the way to the sawmill. In the perfect world, we would have fiber optic connectivity in that area for that downtown area. That's what I call it downtown.
Okay.
We're still putting conduit in.
We are putting
In other
conduit,
areas,
when we build the bridge over the river and we build the James Walker Trail, the plan is to lay conduit. That's a difficult area for everybody, including TELUS, to get to at this point. So we'll lay conduit there, but they'll want to have their conduit there too.
Okay. No, I think it's a great investment in our local economy, period.
It's actually part of the industrial plan that you're talking about, to get this more non-residential commercial base in place. The companies are telling us that fiber optic connectivity is very, very important.
Thank you. Now, so we're funding this out of the MSI operating grant.
Yeah.
Again, what was the trade-off there? Did we look at anything else for the MSI operating 200K?
Well, we could have looked at transit. There's any number of programs that we could look at for the MSI. We're trying to do here with this fiber optic strategy is to ease off the MSI until our fiber optic network is self-sustaining. And so you'll see it's 200,000 year one, 100, 100, and then the hope is that when we have enough connections that we'll be able to administer our dark fiber plan without the use of MSI starting in, I don't know the exact number, but it's after 2021.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, do we want to take a break here? It's 10 o'clock and
Sure.
bio break? Are we back? Okay.
All right. So we're going to move to page 46, if you guys were finished with those other sections. Are you
Yep.
finished? Okay. So this is a large area, community services, so there's going to be quite a few sections to go through here. The first one is Community Services Administration. So the major change here is that we did have a half-time transitional manager at the Aquatic Center in 2018, and then when that was over, then this position was no longer funded by the town. The other major change between 2018 and 2019 related to the Tri-Site project of $140,000, which was funded by MSI operating grants. Otherwise, there's no major changes in this budget area. All right. Oops. So corporate properties, there was a bit of a reorganizing in this area, but we really just moved the ranch house cleaner from the corporate properties over to the new community events, culture, and I forget the name of that one, event center position, because that area was directly manages this building, and so we made that move. The other major thing, though, that did go on in corporate properties in 2018 is that we have renegotiated both our gas contract and our energy contract, electricity contract, and we're just tabulating the numbers, which we will expect to bring you tomorrow if there are any savings in those areas based on the projected budget for 2019. So I just encourage you to wait on that work. But it is some work that we're fairly proud of that Greg Barsby had done. Otherwise, there's no major change.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, so, sorry. Maybe I missed it. So between the projected, oh, sorry. I'm just wondering why there was a substantial increase from the projected 2018 to the budgeted 2019, like the per capita cost. Why is that a significant jump when the note says that there should be a decrease, a transfer? Am I reading that right?
I believe that's an error, Councillor Reid. I apologize.
Okay.
That projected number, I just noticed that as well. That projected salary and benefits number is quite low. And we restated, so part of through this budget, you see budget 2018 restated. So with all of our org structure changes, what we've done is we've changed the 2018 budget number. And I'm wondering if we either made a mistake in the restated, but the way I look at it is we've made the mistake in the projected.
Okay.
Right, so I think we restated it, and then when we did the projected, we didn't restate the projected. Does that make sense? So anything that moved around.
So can we get that corrected and just have it
yes.
reported back?
Yeah, we
Yes,
will bring
I
you
will.
back a
Yeah.
revised schedule.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's great that Mr. Barcy is inspecting or taking a closer look at the energy contract. So I've been on call a couple of days where he's been watching the market so that we can sign at a specific cost to energy and save the community. Hoping, I'm looking forward to seeing that number tomorrow.
Yeah, no, for the gas contract, there was a huge improvement, like from around $4 to $2 and something cents per gigajoule. So we will be providing you with those updated numbers and whether they have any impact on the projected budget for tomorrow. But we've been just finalizing, the mayor has just been signing these contracts very recently. But it might help us with the 3.6, that's our hope.
Cemetery.
Go back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Moving along. You good? Oh, yeah, okay.
So the major change for the cemetery area is we brought in these new columbarium, how does he say it? Yeah. Units so that at the cemetery, which has been a popular program and is going to increase our revenue at the cemetery.
What is it exactly?
Just little boxes when you
For
to put
ashes.
your ashes in,
Yeah.
rather than a plot.
Okay, everybody's good there?
Okay, ranch house and community events and culture. So there was some reorganization in this department, which is what we were talking about earlier about the restating the budget for 2018 so that we have comparable numbers for 2019, 2021. So in this particular area, we moved the facility cleaner into this department, and we moved our arts and culture person into this department. We've also our forecasting. Now, this is a new manager. What's Christie's last name?
It's Bell now. It was Schneider, it's now Bell.
Okay, Christy Bell. She got married, had a child. She is looking at opportunities to expand our revenue options. And so she is projecting that we'll have an increase in revenue in 2019. And I'm actually confident that when she starts looking at other opportunities for the theater, and we've also provided her an opportunity to use the what do we call that? The clubhouse as a venue, and so people are picking the clubhouse for if they want to have a smaller wedding event than if they had the wedding event here. Yeah, so I think we're pretty proud of what we've been doing in this department to make it more of a revenue, not lose as much as we lost the year before. Heading in the right direction.
A few questions on this one. Councillor Reid.
Okay.
So I kind of remember last budget discussions, there was quite a debate about this position, and I thought we heard some reassurances that the position would pay for itself and then some. I can't tell from these numbers if that is in fact what occurred. So there's that first question. The second one was that in all fairness, I'm not sure how long this person's been in that position, but it seemed to me that it was shortly after we were elected that the person came into that role, but I could be wrong. And then the third question was, I seem to recall last year there was some discussion about a differential fee for the use of facilities for residents of Cochrane versus those that were outside. And the issue was that there seemed to be a lot of weddings, or reception, I guess, not weddings necessarily, but receptions for people who resided in Calgary. I'm wondering if you could answer those questions for me.
Well, certainly, with the increase in revenue, last year we were projecting a net cost of $654,000. This year we're projecting a cost of $561,000. So certainly, the addition of this position is being covered by our improvement in our revenue and in our net costs. The second one was related to the fees, on who's paying the fees?
Sorry, the second one was related to the length of time the person had been in
She was hired, right?
Yeah, how long she'd been in the or how long she'd been with the town, and then the third was a differentiated fees, if there was one. Sorry.
Do you have any idea? Jerry, want to start?
So through the chair, Christie's been with the town less than a year. Although her focus is, as Mr. Devanna indicated, to increase the profitability of the ranch house, we certainly aren't there yet, but there is a strategy in place to move towards that direction.
So I don't think it was shortly after you got here, because we only got approval to even fill the position, so that would have been in December. So I'm going to say she got hired around March.
Okay, yeah, to be clear, the reason that there was, again, this is only my recollection, but the reason that we supported the position was that it was to pay for itself. And to be fair to that individual, if they haven't been in the position long enough to do that, and that's what I'm hearing, that the person hasn't been in the position long enough to do that the goal is to achieve that in the following year.
Yeah.
This coming 2019 year. So the last question, Dave, or Mr. Devanna, was, is there a differentiated fee between the residences of Cochrane and those outside?
Through the chair, there is a difference in fees with respect to residents and non-residents, and also with larger organizations. So there's a corporate fee structure and a non-corporate fee structure. Staff do have the ability, this is a competitive market, especially now, and staff do have the ability to to work within certain boundaries so that we can, we're not losing sales when we potentially could if we were to have some flexibility, and staff do have that flexibility currently.
Okay, thank you, that's fine.
I just wanted to highlight too, we just got a letter, I don't know if I circulated it or if there was been two, thanking the town for a reduced rate for a local church that's operating here. Just as a side note. Councillor Federico?
I just have one quick question. Is Canada Day funded out of, I'm not sure if it's funded out of this category or not, or is that somewhere else?
To answer your question, Councillor Federico, the only piece, there's nothing in here for Canada Day. There's 50,000 in the community grants budget for the actual event, and then the 5,000 for the council piece of it, which is the flag raising, is in the ELT budget, yeah, because it will fall under Rebecca's position to organize.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nagel?
So if I recall correctly, I think last year when we were talking about this, it came up that we were recording, I think it was like $450,000 from the town of Cochrane to the Ranch House organization as revenue. Is that still baked into our user fees here?
It is.
I don't really like that we're budgeting it that way. Is it possible we could rearrange our budget somehow so it doesn't appear that way? I just feel like it's quite confusing. Like, had I not asked that question today, it wouldn't even have been noticed. Because it makes up half of our alleged revenue, but it's not really revenue, it's an expense. So if we're recording it there in the budget as revenue, where is it recorded as an expense? Is it baked into everybody's administrative costs, or?
So you're, just to be clear, you're asking when the town books this facility for something?
Now, just even our space, like our space
Upstairs and-
upstairs, so
Yeah.
the ranch house looks after this space.
Yeah.
You know, all the cleaning and, you know, all those types of things, all the maintenance of the building. And so the town, because we use a kind of a full costing approach, this is very common in the private sector when you're providing services to other departments, that you pay for those services. We could break out user fees external, user fees internal, but to me, it's very important that to show a full costing that you do recognize that these revenues are going to that department. You know, just that we do, all of our accounting is kind of done on this. You know, you pay for your services so that you know, especially for utilities, for example. You know, we have an administrative cost for the people working in this building that are providing services to that service. You have to charge that, or you'd be undercharging them and overcharging the taxpayer. So it's just it's a kind of a basic accounting principle that I wouldn't want to move away from. But we can make it more transparent if you would like.
Yeah, like if we showed third-party or external user fees and like internal town of Cochrane rent as a budget item, because I just feel like it's actually a pretty significant chunk of change, and it creates the illusion that we actually have this potential to make a bunch of money here at the ranch house, but half of our so-called revenue isn't revenue; it's actually an expense to ourselves. It's just something I'd like better reflected in the budget, just so it doesn't get lost track of over the years.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Nagel asked the majority of my question I had. Did we get a number there for exactly what we're charging ourselves for ranch house rental
We
space?
will provide it to you. We can get that number,
Okay.
you know, later today or soon.
Okay, and then I was also curious about our council space that we're sitting in right now, if that's also incorporated in that number that we'll get back as part of the rental, okay.
Yeah.
So other than that, it's just a compliment that last year I was digging into this, and even though things aren't where I think they need to be, they're moving in the right direction. Every year looks better than the last, and my compliments to the ranch house manager for at least going the way we need to be going with this building.
Yeah.
So I guess all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Well, there's a significant reduction in the per capita cost,
Exactly, yeah, which is
so
great to see, yeah.
moving in the right direction.
Councillor Flowers?
I think last year we did talk about doing a review of the service fees and the space that's here at the Ranch House, and with the tri-site reveal coming up, it might be a good time to really look closely and see, is there other things that could be housed here to help with the income and space needs, or not? Have you?
Yeah, we will actually look at service fees, as part of this process as well, but every year we look at them. What we think we should charge, what's competitive to charge, what the differential should be between the local and non-local and all those types of things.
Deputy CEO.
Just to answer your question, Councillor Nagel and Councillor Wilson, well, we will, in the budget on December 10th, show it, just so you're aware. The municipal leases to the culture, to the Ranch House are just under $367,000 is that part of the revenue. So $366,983 is budgeted in 2019 as municipal leases.
How much?
$366,983.
Yeah, so about just under 1/3.
Yeah. So we will separate that out, though. We do that within our detailed budget, so it's not hard for us to do.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And the interesting part about that, so then the additional 800,000 almost is what, the external part, and that part's been growing. So that's what we want to see. But okay, are you guys good?
Councillor Wilson.
One more small detail. In these numbers, it's also included, the clubhouse was mentioned as part of this whole facility. That's maybe when we're breaking out the numbers, as I think they should be. I like the accounting strategy. I just think they should be separated out like we were talking about. Would it be possible to separate out the clubhouse as well, just for further transparency, instead of it just being part of this conglomerate?
I think so.
At least as a line item. I don't mean as a whole separate area.
I mean, we can. It will be a lot of work because not that it's not work, but it would be for next year. It's looking at, because of when they rented a wedding is a wedding is a wedding, and they put it into their system as wedding revenue.
Okay.
Right, because they manage that facility as well as the outside, as well as each room. So we could do it. It would be a very detailed report we'd have to do, and we're just bringing it on board for 2019. So it could be something we look at reporting out in the future. I'm not sure we could do it for 2019, as they've just kind of lumped it all together for wedding revenue potential.
So she's saying that we would have to modify our accounting system to make it readily available.
Because right now, all revenue from bookings, both at the Ranch House and the clubhouse, are lumped into
Go
one.
into the same wedding account. So you'd have to have wedding account number 1 for this building, and wedding account number 2 for the other building. It's not impossible to do, it's just.
Right.
We
Are
just
we,
have
are we
to do
likely
it.
in this year upcoming to get a presentation from our Ranch House manager and be able to ask some of these questions? Is that?
If you'd like, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
she can be here today. But yes, you could get that, yeah.
That'd be excellent, thank you.
Councillor Nagel.
I just wanted to comment that on my request about the rent. I'm not meaning to split hairs. It's just that I think it's important that we be really clear with council and future councils as to this whole financial situation, just because I personally believe that at a certain point, it may make sense for the town to give up on the Ranch House as a revenue property and exclusively set it as a recreation or cultural property. And if you just looked at these numbers from the outside, you would think, oh, it would cost $1 million. We'd lose $1 million of revenue to do that. But it actually would only cost us like $620,000. So that's why I want to highlight that.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Good comment.
All right.
FCSS?
FCSS Support Services. So, so this is an organization that has staff positions and non-staff, what we call contract positions. They all do the same work, the same job. There's no distinction between them. If you were to go into the office, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between resource officer, staff person, resource officer, contract person. There is an inequity in the way we pay them. And so we are recommending that if you do the same job, you should get the same pay if you're in the same building, working for the town. And so that's the major change here. for the FCSS department.
Councillor Reid, you have
And
a
what's
question?
Suzanne, do you have the impact of that? It's not an insignificant number, so, just so you know.
It's not insignificant?
Yeah.
So it's significant.
Well, I don't like to, I wouldn't want to say it's significant.
Yeah.
But it's
Councillor Reid.
it's not minor.
So, Mr. Devannon, the principle of same job, same building, same pay, how does that, is that same principle applied to our staff who work in the RCMP building?
No.
So the philosophy of same job, same building, same pay is only applicable to this unit?
The reason, there's a difference though. Okay, so the employees that work in the RCMP building are union employees. They are covered by public sector union for the federal employee, and they're covered by the city union, or not union, or contract for the city employees. Now, the city employees make more than the public sector employees, but we would not be able to give them pay equity even if we wanted to with the federal union. So it's just not an option.
Okay,
At
so
the
I just wanted to
RC.
be clear when you said same pay, same job, same building, that it only applies to this group
It only
and not-
applies to this bill. This is the only other, RCMP is the other one, but they are not working for the town either. Like those federal employees work for the federal government,
Right, I appreciate that.
and these employees work for the town. One would be a full-time employee, the other one is a contracted employee. They don't get paid the same, but they have the same employer. So that's another material difference between
So they're,
this building
sorry,
and the RCMP building.
sorry, then this is just information for me then. So we only have 2 town employees who work at the RCMP building?
No. No, we have, I think it's 8 or 9.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking, they're in 2 different groups.
Oh, there's a federal and
The federal group,
and the
they'll
town.
have their employees that
Yeah.
are servicing really the Rocky View County contingent of the force.
Right,
And then there will be our municipal employees that are primarily servicing our members.
okay, thank you.
Just
something
to,
further?
to answer the question, the wage equity piece to FCSS is just about $62,000 in total.
Okay. Affordable housing?
Good, all right. I have parks next.
Oh, sorry. I skipped a page. Parks?
So this afternoon, the manager of parks will be here to talk about the need for their additional parks operator for 2019. That is the major change for the Parks Department. They will outline why they need additional parks person to do the maintenance around town. So I think you should wait until then and at least to talk about the staff person.
Okay, park this one. Affordable housing? I'm trying to keep it light here. It's so quiet in here. Everybody's so serious. I know it's a serious day, it's budget, but
So affordable housing, there's been a slight reduction in the net costs at this facility, or this, for this program. Do you have any questions about the program?
nope. Oh, do you? Nope.
Oh. Community Resource Services, so again, the major change here is related to that pay equity thing, which is the cumulative cost. The 62 is spread out between multiple departments, but that's a major change for this particular area, is the pay equity. Home visitation, The net cost here, normally this program would be break even, but again, the variance, the difference is they pay equity. It's a small variance.
Counselor Nagel?
The question, what is home visitation?
Jerry?
Through the chair, so home visitation is a program through FCSS whereby a programmer would, worker basically visits residents that couldn't otherwise come to programs provided by the town, i.e. Parent Link, and other programs provided by the Cochrane Resource Center. It's an outreach program that is well used.
Oh, so is this to help like bedridden and physically handicapped people and stuff like that, to go straight to them, or?
No, it's not a supplement to programs that would be provided by Alberta Health Services. This is more of a proactive outreach.
So like if we feel somebody needs social services, we go and knock on their door and offer them social services? I really don't understand what this is.
I was going to say, Councillor Flowers, do you want to answer?
It's about visiting people with young children that
Yes.
are having difficulties and helping the parents work them through, whether it's addictions or kids' behavior problems, whatever it might be. So the referrals come through the health and through FCSS and all kinds of social programs.
Okay.
We've had the contract for about 15 years.
I think the key too with these programs, these are all government-funded programs. So we get the money from the government, and the only cost to the town would be the pay equity thing, because otherwise this program would have been self-sustaining, self-sufficient. So we, by deciding to do the pay equity, that's why we're incurring a $2,254 cost for this program. Otherwise, it would be zero, like it was in the previous year.
Are you, you're good?
One more thing to add, if I could. So the reason it was built this way onto the town was to avoid extra costs in administration and payroll and those type of things. So if it had been set up as a nonprofit society separately, they'd be coming for grants. But it has come to light that they're not getting paid the same as a town employee, so there is that difference.
Yeah.
Counselor McFadden?
So on this aspect of the pay inequity, how many staff were you talking about that have been out of balance? Pay-wise, mentally,
have
there's
that
probably
number?
more.
It's approximately 24 staff.
Kim Grauck, the manager of this area, will be presenting to council on this as part of the workforce. So she has the stats there for you, and she is coming this afternoon, right, to present. So you can ask some of those questions to her as well. But yeah, Mr. Murphy's correct. But just so you're aware, she is coming to do a presentation, as this was a staffing request that came forward as part of our process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we don't see this any different than adding the operator, or roads operator. This is an additional staffing request, and we're going to present them all to you this afternoon.
So this is part of the FTE?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. And will we be looking to increase the grant or ask for more from the government to subsidize the
That
pay
was not,
equity?
that was not our plan.
Do we get a per capita, is that how it works?
You know?
So we will always ask for more money. That was the meeting that we set up at AUMA, was to actually talk to some of this with the resource center and how they're doing funding and that. So it's about getting it from the minister. This is a lot of these programs are funded through Child and Family Services. Sorry, they changed their
I know.
areas, right? So we will be actually setting up meetings with the minister to talk about funding. They haven't increased their base funding in a while, but every once in a while they do a one-off increase for
Right.
staff in certain areas, but not a base increase. So it's around really getting in front of the right people to get that. But as for this specifically, it wasn't, we're only going to do it if we get a grant, but we will
Okay.
always be seeking more money as we're a growing community, and we're asking them all the time to look at how they deliver their funds, and I think we've been doing that for 15 years.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So this is the same story, so the Parent Link Center, the net cost here again is directly related to this pay equity issue. And then the other major change was the grant reduction for this Supporting Fathers program of $55,000 that was discontinued in June of 2018. So when that happens, we discontinue the programs when we don't get the money.
Okay,
Neighborhood community development. This is what we used to call the recreation program. So this is a new, it got moved from, from the Parks and Rec area, and it got moved into neighborhood community development program. And there's a reduction in cost in this area because we deemed the management position to be redundant in 2018. All right, so we're going to move into community partners. Is that the next step? All right, so Cochrane Public Library. Actually, I got some stats on this. So there's basically two things happening here with the library. The Marigold fees, those are, we had a presentation just recently, and they're related. The increases are related to our increase in the size of the population. And the grant to the library is going from $598,000 to $648,000. Otherwise, this program is pretty much the same. But we also, within the change from the $648,000 to the $598,000 in 2018 for the grant, there's two parts to it. The first part is to increase their per capita total. So there was an increase in population last year of 1,640 people. And so we gave them $22.74 for each new person that they need to serve. So that added up to 37. Of the difference between the two, there's about $50,000. 37 of that is their per capita allocation. The other change for the $50,000 increase in the budget is to increase the per capita rate from $22.74 to $23.19, and that change is $12,500 of the $50,000. So there's two things we're trying to do. We're trying to keep them up to date on the per capita, but we've also been trying to move the per capita number from $22.74 with a target of $25. And I just wanted you to know that of the $50,000 increase, $37,000 of it is for increasing the population served, and $12,500 is for the increase in the per capita rate.
Councillor Reid?
So I have some concerns here. So the first question was from the presentation we heard the other night. It was suggested that we've already signed off the library levy for this year. Is that true?
The Marigold fee is what they were talking about,
Okay.
the $171,954. So that's the part they were talking about being signed off.
Yeah, so the process with Marigold is to be part of it is the town is responsible to pay a certain portion of the Marigold fee, and then the library currently is responsible to pay a certain portion. So their portion is within the grant we give them and within their budget, and then our portion we budget separately for. And we sign that off. It's a 3-year commitment. They call it Schedule C, and so that was signed off probably last year, and there's been an incremental increase.
Okay. The second question I have was just looking at the rate increase. So in 2015, the library was getting in total, the Marigold and the grant, $543. And this year they're asking for $923. So that is way larger than a per capita rate increase. So it's almost doubled the library revenue, or not revenue, total funding from '05 to '09.
So you went back, Councillor Reid, in the budgets and,
I was actually provided, this was one of the questions I'd asked of administration, and they had provided us.
yeah, I just want to,
Yeah.
can you just give me your number again?
Sure. In 2015, it was, if my site is correct, it's $543,006. And 2019, it's as is proposed
Yeah.
648.
in 4 years. So it's almost doubled in 4 years.
So, and what I'm trying, my point that I'm trying to make here, so to get from the 648,392, the grant to the library, to the 598, 37,000 of that is just the per capita amount. So the 2274 times 1,640 new people. The other 12,500 of the increase for this year is to increase the per capita rate to get it closer to $25. So the principle is the more people they need to serve, the more money they get they get the same amount of money, the $22.74 to serve the increase in the population. And then the second part of our increase is, are you interested in increasing the per capita rate from $22.74 to $23.19? That represents $12,500. And so you have to decide from a principle, do you support per capita funding, which is the traditional way libraries are funded, and the way we've always done it. That's the first principle you have to decide. If you agree with that, then you would agree to the $37,500 increase. Then the second thing is, do you agree that we need to increase the per capita total from $22.74 to $23.19? If you agree with that, then you would support the $12,500 increase that's related to that.
Yeah, I
If
guess
you
I don't
don't-
support
if-
the per capita funding as a principle. And I have trouble with that, and part of the question that I'd asked the other night was, is a library a library a library? And it's not, right? I think you have to look at the individual needs of that community and what it can actually afford. And so I have some troubles around this principle, and I understand it. It's been there in perpetuity, and I take your word for it that it's a practice elsewhere, but I don't know that it's appropriate here.
Yeah, so that's really what you guys have to debate. Last year's budget was 598,416. This year is 648 based on a per capita model. That really is the only number in here that's really negotiable, kind of. So you guys got to decide, how you're funding the library if you're not funding it on a per capita basis. To me, the first decision I would make is, do we support increasing the per capita rate? That's $12,500.
That was what I was going to suggest, maybe we separate the two and talk about them separately.
So depending on your decision on that will decide whether we're going to add that 12 or not. And then if you're going to have the bigger conversation is that how do you fund the library? Do you support per capita funding? Then, if you have 1,640 more people, normally you need more books, you have more circulation, you have more things to do at the library, so just processing all the work. And I used to work for a library system for 3 years, so I do know a bit about this business. And, as you have more customers, you got more work. And so that's kind of the way that, and we have, a large percentage of our population has a membership card, and so you have to ask ourselves, should we be paying, how else would we pay if we don't pay it on a per capita basis, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I would say two things. One is it'd be nice to have those numbers to see what they are. Secondly, I don't necessarily agree that on a per capita basis that there's a ratio between the number of increased persons in a community and the use of the library. Are there any other parts of our organization that we have a per capita basis funding?
Yeah, the handy bus is
That's the only other
handle
one. So not the
That's
rec
at least
center,
the-
not the,
Are there any others?
Some of our membership fees we would be, so AUMA, FCM, those types of things, but that's for us to pay, not
Yeah,
for
no,
what
I'm
we get in.
talking about
Yeah.
those that we
Yeah,
would
just
support.
the grant, the 2 grants, I believe, are the, for our, well, maybe, if they don't increase it very regularly, Susan. Yeah, it was based on it, but yeah, so for what we give out, it would be the handy bus and the library.
yeah, so my issue is around the per capita funding and the huge increases that they've got in 4 years.
Do you have a suggested amount, or would you want to? Okay. Okay. You guys want to split the two, per capita and the,
Just so you know, all the increases have been because of the growth in the population. That's why they happen, because we have this per capita system. So when we have 11% growth in population in 1 year, like,
Yeah.
then we have a large increase in this grant.
so what was the population in 2015? Maybe that's the 23? Okay. Counselor Flowers.
I'd like to see the increase happen because I think we were behind, and it's like the handy bus, you get so far behind, it's hard to get caught up. There are also union employees there, and there's a lot of things that are out of their control as far as paying wages, so I'd like to see both implemented so that they keep up with the times and the growth.
Counselor McFadden?
Yeah, I actually can only really reiterate that, just quickly looking at our website, 2015, we paid, the population was just right around 23,000, and we're 29,000, so 6,000 more people. So the costs have gone up, but so the number of people they've been servicing gone up. There's the union aspect, and then, again, I think, you know, the point that we're working for, like 2274 this year to 2319, those are fairly incremental costs. And I think it comes down really to whether you value what a library does in your society today or not. And again, this is one of those organizations that has been rather perennially underfunded, and we find ourselves in that situation having to catch up. So I support this. I think the per capita is the way to analyze this. I know we've been looking at doing that for some of our other areas. Both fire is asking that we look at it that way, and police services as well. So there's kind of a push in other areas to look at this, but I certainly support what's in the budget this year.
Counselor Padeco?
I agree. I think the concern is that if we don't start raising the rates, we are going to fall pretty far behind, and then it's going to cost way more than what we're looking at if we start to break it out and start to slowly increase that amount to get to where we need to be.
Counselor Nagel?
As our discussion goes on, I'm kind of realizing I wish I knew what was coming forward in the Tri-Site Committee recommendation. There was some chatter about including the library in that whole discussion. Is the library part of what's going to be coming forward? Not to be trying to ruin the surprise here, but can you just rule it out, maybe?
The library is definitely being looked at to advance and make bigger and better.
So I just don't know how we can discuss library funding if in a week we're going to be asked to completely change when, or where and what the library is in the Tri-Site proposal.
I think part of that, to maybe give you some comfort, is that there will be no change in our library physically in this budget year, even if it was included in the Tri-Site.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Reid?
Yeah, just to be clear, just because if I'm asking about the library, it's not because I don't support the library, and I think to suggest otherwise is both offensive and inappropriate, given a budget discussion. My question is simply from a financial, budgetary perspective, that's all. It has nothing to do with my opinion of the library, personal opinion of the library, and in fact, I value the library. The library has made a difference in my life, but from a dollar and cent perspective, that's the point of the discussion.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it to dollars and cents. And I support the increase. I actually had this highlighted in my package too to discuss today. I'm glad that we're having the discussion. But I'm glad actually that you highlighted the difference between, in that 50,000. Because that was where my concern was are we just arbitrarily increasing? But I'm glad it's per capita. I don't know how else we would really track it. I think maybe we can do some research over the year to see if there are other models out there that are available that maybe are better. So really we're talking about $12,500, and I think we're kind of behind again in our per capita, as we heard from the library themselves. I think they were, what's the average in the province is 27, and to your point, not all libraries are the same. I think if the Tri-Site Committee is bringing, I'm hoping they bring forward a new library, an innovation center, that it will require some funding, and I'd hate to fall behind and then have to leap ahead, and then we don't actually make changes like that because of funding, so.
One of the reasons in support of incrementally increasing the per capita, so if we have we have an 18,000 library, or 1,000 square foot, or we have the 8,000 square foot library. If we have the 18,000 square foot library, likely we're going to need to be closer to the provincial average per capita of 27. Where we have a smaller library, which may justify why we can be less than 27 and be closer to 23. But if we were to just freeze the per capita at 2274, and then we decided to proceed with the new library, you're going to have to make up that gap all at once. This strategy here incrementally moves you towards the target, and it won't be such a big hit when if we decide to expand the library. So I always like to do everything incrementally. It's kind of the way I like to do things.
Okay, everybody's good on this one?
All right.
I still have it flagged anyways, but.
All right. So the next one, I just get the sense that these ones are really interesting to everyone. So,
We're in a good section of the budget is what you're trying to say.
yeah, it's a good one. Seniors on the bow. So, certainly we've, this is the portion that we fund. And then later on, we're going to see the grant section where they're asking for some money for expenses that they incur. There is no major change in what we are incurring related to the seniors on the bow with our, I believe it's, what staff do we, how many staff do we have allocated to them? It's like
One, I think.
So we have 100%, we have a seniors programmer. It's not called that now, sorry, but the seniors programmer is 100% funded in this budget. 15% of an admin assistant who's now down at the senior center 50% of the week, so of her weekly allotment, and 10% of our coordinator who runs that area.
Okay. Councillor Flowers, you had a question?
So the problem I have with this section is the title. The money doesn't actually go to seniors on the boat. We pay for things that help them in their space and staff support, but they do have their own staff person. And some of what our staff do is community outreach and other things that are not necessarily related to seniors on the boat. So I'm thinking it should be called senior supports or some such title, because every time they see this, they think, well, we don't get the money, and they're not giving us the money. And they do have their own staff person that they're really having a hard time raising enough money to keep her there.
So you are correct, and we do call this the Seniors on the Boat facility because within this, we also have the rent and everything else that we pay to run that facility. So these are the costs for us to run the facility. Yes, the programmer is fully funded under here, and we do more senior stuff. It's from my perspective, not really different than the ranch house where we have a Cards and Culture programmer, an event person here, and they work out of here, but they program for the whole community. So that's why we did it this way, but certainly it's because the name of the facility is the same as the name of their board of directors. I think that's where they get confused, but we could change it to senior supports. The other expenditures listed in this budget is actually the direct cost of renting that facility to Spray Lake. So if you're wondering what that other expenditures is. So this is really how we support seniors programming within Cochrane, including the cost to the facility as well as programming out in the community. So you are correct.
Like
Could
we
change
really,
the title.
in my experience, this is a significant amount of support for one organization to rent their entire facility plus give them senior support, compared to what I've seen in other areas. So it's
So your comment, Councillor Flowers, is to change the title to seniors?
It helped with the confusion because they're really stuck around the fact that we don't give them the money to spend as they like. It's internal funding towards the coordinator and the staff people that aren't necessarily up there helping, but they're putting in time with budgets and supervision and those kind of things. So if it was senior supports, because they do work on numerous other things in the community as well related to seniors.
I think we could make that change, but we would have in the wording that we're paying for the senior coordinator and paying the rent and, at that facility, because we want to be clear that we're actually spending quite a bit of money to
Yes.
keep that place open.
They really appreciate that part.
Okay. All right.
Okay, moving on.
I always think that's funny, where we get the seniors and then we have the kids' booths, but anyway. All right, the Spray Lake Sawmill Family Sports Center. So this was an interesting one to investigate further, I found, at least for myself. What we tried to do, or what I have done here in the budget variance section, is lay out exactly what the 1.247 million is, because I think there was really, certainly for me, I wasn't sure when I started to put this together this way. And so there are a number of debts related to the facility that aren't related to the aquatic expansion. The first one was the field house. The town borrowed $3 million and for $245,000 a year in payments, and that expires in 2023. So in 2023, we can expect this net cost of this facility to be reduced because those costs won't be there. And council could, at that point, if they wanted, redistribute those monies to other areas, or they could use it for infrastructure debt replacement at the facility, which would probably be what I would be recommending. Debt payment, there's also one on the arena for $125,000. We make payments of $52,000, and that will expire in 2025. And then the remainder we've got in there as the net subsidy for the facility at $951,000. So last year we only had $625,000, but we are aware that the facility is not achieving that objective yet. And so we've got a bit of a cushion in here to make sure that we're not going into our reserves, and it's to the tune of $951,000 for the next 3 years. So that's the major, that's the summary of this particular budget.
And if the amount raised at the rec center is lower than the 951, the plan is to put that into reserves for facility?
That would be our recommendation as administration. If they were only, the net cost of operation were $700,000 last year, we would be recommending that you redistribute that $251,000 to a reserve to start replacing the assets at the facility.
And I think the budgets they forecasted are trending downward, correct? Yeah. Okay.
So this is we could have been asked for more, but I think this gives us an appropriate cushion on the 625 that we had last year and the forecast that they had for this year and then where they're going. So I'd rather be conservative in this particular budget than forecasting for lower deficits than we may actually have.
Okay. Councillor Nagle.
So I see we budgeted for $2 million in donations. How much did we actually fundraise in 2018? Am I reading that correctly? We were expecting $2 million of donations in 2018?
From the revenue side?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and in 28, I'd have to look that up to actually see what we fundraised. So some of the payments would have been from the naming, and if we would have carried those over. So I'll have to look back and see what that is. The budgeted 2019, we still have the outstanding curling rink name to finalize with, so no funds have come through on that yet, so.
So is it reflected in this budget, how much we still need of the original $10.5 million fundraising target? Or what is our overall strategy with that? Are we still at $6 million?
So from the fundraising perspective, yes, we are still there, but as council's aware, we did present alternative funding if we were short. That funding, because the facility will be paid off in 2019, the capital side of it will be coming to you once we finalize all the capital costs to another meeting. It was going to be Q3. We're still working on an HVAC issue in the basement that needs to be dealt with. So I'm hoping by the beginning of January, we'll be able to report back and outline all of that for council about where the funding came from to pay for the $49 million to build the facility and where we still
The main
have some
change
donations.
in our funding strategy was when the province increased our MSI capital grant last year by $4 million. We are forecasting to use that to pay off the aquatic center with the shortfall in the donations, basically.
Oh, is that where the 2 point whatever comes from? It's 6.1 minus 4 million? That's why we have 2 million outstanding here?
Yeah, I don't remember, we'll get you that answer, but I know that the primary way that we are dealing with the shortfall is with the MSI operating grant that we were able to get. They called it the supplemental grant.
Yeah, they topped it up in
March
this year.
2018.
So let's say, let's just assume, I think, that we don't get this extra $2 million fundraised. How does that impact the overall budget? Pretty significant impact, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you should let us go back and get all the answers. So I don't want to speculate here.
Okay.
So I would suggest, sorry, and I do know the answer now that I think about it, donations is, the line title donations is very misleading. So this also includes the levies. So this is all the funding not coming from the grant. So this includes the offsite levies, the developer levies that are paid, the community levies that we get each year. So that's included in that cost as well. So those we still anticipate using to pay, as well as some fundraising. So we can split it out for you, but that donations, it's not strictly donations. It's actually the funds. So even in 2018, that would include the door. They pay a per hectare fee, pardon? Per hectare fee for development towards our community levy, which is a voluntary levy. And those funds have been directed to this project as per the original council direction. So that's included in that. It's not all donations.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to
So
get
I will
at,
split it out for you, but it's not all just the Rock the Waves.
what I'm trying to get at in my questions is there a $1 to $2 million gap in this budget where we're saying, hey, we're assuming donations are coming, and then if
No.
the donations don't come, it's like a 10% tax hike?
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Good question, though. Councilor McFadden.
This is a problem. We try to consolidate a number of things to give you guys this truncated, summarized numbers, and sometimes we have to add things into categories that we have, like donations, which are including these community park levies, which are voluntary, so in a sense, they're donated. So that's how we got to this point. But I will give you the details so that you can feel more comfort about it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McFadden.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to break out the government grants. Do you guys know how the government grants are breaking out from that? The 4.1 million, are they getting that as provincial grants, federal grants, Rocky County grants?
I think that's all MSI.
That's all MSI? that
That's
they're
all the
getting?
MSI to finish our MSI allotment to this project.
Okay, and so do we know, and we've always had this question, but how is Rocky View County contributing to that in any way?
Yeah,
Because
we-
we always have that discussion.
Yeah, our budget numbers have not assumed that we get an increase in the amount of money from Rockview County. Now, we have an outstanding request to them. If we were to get that, that would improve the situation.
Okay, and then, and I agree with Morgan's point, like the donations, that gets confusing because the sponsorships,
Yeah.
right, they're not true, and then I think, is it the Phillips sponsorship is still outstanding at just under $1 million or something?
1.3.
So, yeah, some questions and some confusions there, I guess. But, yeah, it's nice to have a better understanding of also what projects they're in the process of paying off and such, so, yeah. Anyway, thanks for the questions, Morgan, I appreciate the clarification on that one, too.
Yeah. We'll get you more details on the breakout of those numbers.
Councillor Padeco?
Mine is probably more a comment than a question. I just noticed in the community association meeting that we had that it was stated that the pool, that the aquatic center would be paid off. I just, and you know what, physically, yes, but I think that we have to be very careful in the message that's going out to the community that this is nowhere near being a paid-off facility, because I think that messaging gets confused.
No,
So,
it is going to be a paid-off facility.
yeah, but I mean, there's still operating deficit that we have to pay for.
Oh, well, that's.
So
yeah.
I think that message wasn't even brought up, that there was a $1.2 million deficit operating with the whole center. So I think that we just have to be careful in how that's coming across to the community.
Yeah, we have to be clear about capital versus operating, because the capital side is going to be paid off. The operating side, it's not a payoff, it's the net operating cost of that facility, but should be clear to the public, because to me, I don't look at an operating deficit as anything to do with the capital expenditure on the facility. Every program we have, except for safety code officers, is in a net deficit position.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's a very clear, separated out message that is getting out to the
Okay.
community.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, just to pick up on that, I think one of the things that I think this council understands or appreciates, and the public may not, is that there will be an ongoing subsidy to this pool, this recreation Spray Lake Center, for perpetuity. And I think, to Mr. Devanna's point, that is the nature of this beast, as well as most of the other things that we subsidize. So I think using the term, and the mayor coined it, subsidization as opposed to deficit is the appropriate way to view this.
Yeah, and I think most people understand there's a subsidy for a pool in every community. And I think my understanding, my interaction with other mayors in this mid-sized cities caucus is that they're quite, and I toured some of them through, they are envious of our position of only having a $950,000 subsidy versus, I think Grand Prairie is $5 million. It's a different pool, but but your point is good.
Well, just the pool where I came from, a very similar pool, but no hockey rinks, no field houses, no anything, just the pool. The net subsidy in North Cowichan was $3 million for the pool.
I think that speaks volumes on the volunteer board that is operating this whole facility on our behalf and for the Rocky County. So, Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's something we should really be planning on celebrating when the pool is paid off, because going through that process, there's a great deal of skepticism that there's no way you're going to be able to build this pool and have it paid off in 5 years without my taxes skyrocketing beyond belief. And we're going to be delivering on that, in the fall, that the pool has been paid off in full, taxes weren't hit, we found a solution, and managed to balance the services and provide the needs for the entire community. So I think it was done in a very great way, and that we were able to, 5 years to pay off a project of that significance was a very aggressive way to go about it. Anyhow, I just hope at the end of the day we're really going to celebrate it, and I think overall the community does understand that, we have operating budgets to run our recreation facilities. I think that's fairly well understood.
Councillor Wilson.
Structural question. The capital portion of this that we're spending all our time talking on doesn't interest me as much. It feels like a waterfall we've already went over. The operations side, I stare at the 125 number, and I don't understand why that number is not broken out further, why we don't get to see the actual revenue minus expenses on the building. I know it's an arm's length because the board deals with that, but anybody else have questions about why don't we get to see those numbers? That's the more interesting numbers to me.
Well, I broke out in the budget variance section what is represented there.
Yeah.
There's debt payments on 2 pieces of debt, and there is the grant to the facility of $951. So that, how would I break it out more?
So I think I may be able to help. We don't have any revenues for this facility because it's operated at arm's length. So their detailed budget that the Spray Lakes Board actually creates and operates is provided to council. I was just trying to see where it is, but I believe
Okay.
Council Reid had but it's not ours to publish, it's not ours to share, it's their budget. We just take it and look at what their subsidy is. So council has the opportunity to look at that in detail. It's not something we would put in our budget because these are our expenses, similar to Senior on the Bow. The library has their own as well. So even though we give them a grant, they have a whole other budget that's worth more than that council sees in the actual application. So it is available for you. But because the town doesn't receive any revenues or anything like that, except for these where it's called user fees. And that's actually, that $20,000 is not actually a user fee either. So this is again another, what it is we did an internal borrowing for Spray Lakes. At one point, council did that. They give them we lended them money. And so every year they pay $20,000 back to us to pay for that financing. But other than that, all the revenues, all the expenses that are the cost of the facility are in the Spray Lakes budget, their own board budget. Does that answer your question?
It does to a degree. The library example you gave, so we shovel off 600,000 and going up to the library and say, operate your facility, and that's what happens there. Here, they operate at an arm's length, tell us how much money they need at the end of it, and we pay it, and that's, sounds like a fairly substantial difference. Are we going to talk about those numbers today? That were passed out? I mean, it seems like the operational expense is much more important to me here than the capital that we're talking about.
We do have an operational grant, or agreement, with SLS.
Yes.
Just on the pool side, right?
On the facility itself.
Yeah, and that agreement was just,
We signed it in 2015, 2016?
yeah. But is it under review again?
No. No,
Isn't there
it's-
another agreement that we're working on?
No, not ownership with the county, but not with the Spray Lakes facility.
Okay, sorry, I'm
No,
thinking of the.
so, but this is the time for you to talk about it. We do have an agreement that says we will pay the deficit as a subsidy to the facility.
Okay, so this will be the last time today that we talk about the operational expenses. This is our
Yeah.
moment. We don't,
Yeah.
later on today, we're talking to senior managers, but there's a board here. We're not going to be talking to them today. This is the.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
think Councillor Reid is probably most,
Okay.
well, and Suzanne for, when they both sit at that board.
Yeah, the thing you have to understand is that is not our budget. We are not in a position to direct them on how their revenues are determined or how their expenses are determined, because they're an independent body. And we have a member on their board that approves their budget. But that's not our role to interfere in their operation. Otherwise, we would be taking over their operation and we would run it ourselves with our own people. So we have our board representation, but we wouldn't be in a position to say, you know, we think you need to operate this place differently. That's not our role. We've actually entered into a contract basically saying we wouldn't do that and that we would pay the net cost. They are required to, you know, share their budget with us, and which they do.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. Helps me understand it better. Thank you.
Do you agree, Alex? That's the way it works?
Totally agree.
Okay. All right.
Councillor Flowers?
Wanted to say that Councillor Reid is our eyes and ears at that board, and we trust that he's keeping track of things. And if we had to do the pool ourselves, it would cost a lot more money than it does for a nonprofit society to operate it. The old pool, I think, was over $600,000 a year, and the small pool, so you can imagine what it would cost us to run it. And I wanted to echo what Councillor McFadden said about we should celebrate that it's paid off, because there was so much fear in the community of this large project and that it was going to stop us from doing anything else, and clearly it hasn't, and it's going to be paid off.
Yep, good comments.
When do
Okay.
we have our other
Oh,
session?
I had one more question on this area, and that is in specifics to, and maybe we can speak about it in parks, but are we budgeting future or allocating lands to more recreation facilities? As we grow, as we have pressure, and I know we've got the quarter section we're talking about, but I think that is more soft, open space and not structural arenas type thing. I'm not saying we have an ice shortage or a field house shortage, although all those groups would say we do. And, you know, not to just brush off what they think, but are we budgeting for a future arena?
No, well, not in the next 10 years. There is nothing in there for additional rec centers, rinks, anything like that. There's, you know, if we are looking to do things like that in the future, then we would get them incorporated into our off-site levy bylaw, but at this point, no. We haven't set aside any land for that purpose, other than the quarter section for the,
Yeah.
you know, which could, we don't know what we're putting there yet, but there could be
No.
a variety of things that go up there on that 130 acres. But at this point, we're just trying to acquire that land, but there's, in town, I'm not aware of any other allocations of land for recreation.
Something I'd like us to look at.
Facilities like.
Yeah, future is the old arena. I know I was on council whenever we agreed to update the ice plant there, and we put, I think, some of this financing is that's coming off the books in 2025. It seems like not that long ago that was an extension into the far future. So if that arena is going to start to deteriorate, or, you know, is there an opportunity to twin it, or I don't even know if we own the land there. We do? Okay. So I just think that's something we should have on our radar, that we're looking at twinning or building, or, you know, I think your recs, Park and Rec committee should be looking at something like that, but it's just something to, food for thought. Councillor Nagel?
I just want to comment on celebrating the success financially about the pool. I think it's definitely great to celebrate our successes, but it also doesn't mean that we shouldn't proceed cautiously in the future. The only reason we're in a decent position now is because of the $4 million windfall in an MSI funding increase. And had we not received that increase, we'd be here talking about either borrowing $4 million, hiking taxes, or draining our reserves. So it is just, we just do need to be cautious in the future that if a similar discussion does come up, we can't always assume on huge MSI increases just springing out of the ground.
Well, I think what happened there, and that's a good point, but the MSI was topped up this year, and the plan was to take it from future years, and we got it early, so we just applied it early. I think, is that the case, Mr.
Yeah, no,
Mayor?
they used to give us $4.4 million. And then they decided to accelerate that funding of $4 million. And then they reduced our funding for the future years to
Subsequent years.
$2.4 million. And so it's sort of like it was in advance on 2 years worth of MSI funding. So if you get what I'm saying, it was 4.4, then it went 2.4, but we got, instead of getting 4.4, we got like 8.4, you know, in 1 year, and then they reduced it by $2 million in year 2019 and 2020. So it's the same amount of money, but we got it quicker. So we would have used it to pay off the pool. It would have took us longer, but since we got the money advanced quicker, we were able to pay it off quicker. So that's the way that one worked. The problem with MSI capital grants is that we don't have any commitment from the province beyond 2021. And so whatever new government comes in, would have to decide, or this current government, as you're aware, we sent them a letter last week saying we want a legislated, stable, predictable MSI capital grant, and we would like them to put it through the fall session here, but we don't know if they'll do that.
Okay, we're getting close to our 11:30 break. Yep, I just think this will be our last section before we take a break for lunch and our service awards. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, you'd brought up the Horse Creek Road site, and it looks like stars are aligning for that to continue and land where we want it to. Is there anything in this budget to allow for the planning process for that site?
For
The Horse Creek site?
The master plan?
The master plan for the site? Because, I mean, there was money kind of assumed for, I think, 4 playing fields or something. But for the actual planning and design of that site, is that somewhere in our operational budget?
To answer your question, no, it's being funded out of this year. So we have some funding that we were going to use this year, and it is part of the overall project, but it was the planning side to hire a consultant to do a master site plan along with Rockview School Division.
Okay, so
So it's going to be starting right away. We have to have it done by March 1st, I think, so. Yeah.
April 30th, 2019, we have to have a master
Yeah, so
site
we'll be
plan.
starting right away and hopefully be having it done early in 2019.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had the resources to plan that accurately.
What is included in this budget is 1.6 million to acquire the property from the Rockview School, the 130 acres. 1.6 million is the number that we're using.
Councillor Wilson?
One more on the operational deficit, 950 going forward, years 2019, 20, and 2021. Councillor Reid, do you have is there optimism on the horizon over there? Do you see revenues expanding? Do you see the opportunity for a restaurant space, as we talked about investing in, bringing that number down in those years?
Yeah.
What are your feelings there? Please.
Councillor Wilson's question, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to that. While I won't speak specifically about the restaurant or lounge, I would say that I'm confident that going forward we'll find efficiencies both in terms of the operation of the facility and in terms of the revenue. And so, as the mayor had clearly pointed out, the trajectory is that this is to go down, and both in terms of the subsidization that the town will provide as well as the increase in the services. So, yeah, I'm very optimistic about the future.
Okay, thank you for that. So subjectively, you would expect that to be a very, I don't know, a conservative guesstimate, I guess, at 950. Yeah, okay, that's good to hear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. I think we're 2 minutes early, so take our break for lunch and over to the service awards, long-term service awards. Yeah, leave everything, we're good? Okay. Nope. All right, we'll call this session back to order. Understand we have presentations in regards to staffing requests.
Yes. All right, yes, we're going to, we've invited each of the managers to come and talk about their position requests that we are recommending in the budget. And so the first up is Wally from the Roads Department, and so he's going to go through the roads operator request.
But just before we do that, Wally can come up. Yeah, I just this is not this is just the additional staff. The
Yes.
requests. Okay.
Yeah, it's the 7.5
tax-supported
Yeah.
FTEs that we've requested, plus the 1.46 in utility fee-supported FTE requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Hume.
Gotta find my PowerPoint. Dave changed it on me.
I did actually.
I have no control over that.
We go through this every single council meeting with every single presentation. It's not you, it's just the way it is.
Slideshow?
Slideshow.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mayor John and members of council. I'm here today to present on behalf of the road section. We are requesting one FTE roads operator for $72,500, including benefits, which is level 6, step 1. This position is being requested due to the anticipated phases to be turned over to the town of Cochrane and what we've taken over in the last 5 years. Our main goal is to maintain existing service levels and balance the workload between existing operators. This slide here shows that we're expecting 35 new phases in the next 3 years, including James Walker Trail and the new bridge in 2020. Also, since 2013, we have FAC'd 36 phases of new development. The road section has seen very minimal increase to staffing in the last 15 years. In years previous, we have been bridging the gap between part-time snowplow operators and seasonal staff. This slide outlines some key data. Customer concerns and inquiries. In comparison, 2016, we had 255. And 2018, January to present, we're sitting at 470. And on average, they could take anywhere from an hour to 6 hours, depending on the recommended action. Staffing comparisons, in 2003, we had 6 full-time operators. And 2018, we're sitting at 8 full-time operators. So essentially, in 15 years, we've gained 2 operators and a coordinator. The population in 2003 was a little over 12,000 people. And this year, we're sitting at almost 28,000. So in a 15-year period, almost 16,000 more residents. The service outputs, the main roles and responsibilities of the road section. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because I know we don't have much time, but just to highlight some of the key roles: traffic management operations and signalization, development services relative to FAC and CC inspections, repair and maintenance of asphalt roads, maintenance of gravel roads, repair and maintenance of sidewalks, as well as parking lots, and obviously snow and ice control. Project management relative to tender documents, information inquiries, and storm sewer collection services. Performing tasks in the summer is becoming harder each year due to staff holidays. We have 8 full-time operators, and they're between 6 and 16 years of employment with the town of Cochrane, which equates to about 4 to 5 weeks of holidays per employee. And they have a very short window to take them. Typically, it's between June and October because of the winter requirements. And this is our roads team currently. Myself as the manager, coordinator Doug Reeves, and we have 8 full-time operators, 2 part-time plow operators in the winter, and 4 seasonal staff. Our operators are responsible for the heavy equipment operation relative to the road maintenance and stormwater maintenance. Snow and ice control and street sweeping. The fleet we use to maintain the town of Cochrane are all equipped with GPS tracking systems to create efficiencies and for multiple crews and liability. As you can see in the slide, we have 1 grader, 3 belly plow sanding trucks, and 1-ton front mount plow, and a street sweeper. Street sweeping goes on all hours of the day, and we sweep up approximately 1,400 tons of material, which equates to about 100 tandem truckloads. Road maintenance, we maintain 178 kilometers of paved roads, 92 kilometers of sidewalk, 9 traffic signals, 11 LED crosswalks, 45 kilometers of long line painting, and many stop bars and crosswalks that we paint yearly. Also, the storm system falls under the roads department. We maintain 110 kilometers of storm pipe, 57 outfalls, 4 storm ponds, 12 oil grit separators, all of which require regular inspections and maintenance. The proposed road capital projects for the next 3 years are to upgrade George Fox Trail, obviously the new bridge and James Walker Trail extension, and Center Avenue widening. We do a lot more than just roads. We support many departments within the town of Cochrane. Typically, when everybody's at home sleeping, our operators are a lot of times out working. Each operator averages about 160 hours of overtime, 890 hours of on-call, and snow plowing and removal, Christmas lights, special events, animal removal, street sweeping. A lot of it happens at night, and storms, sometimes when we get heavy rains and flooding. And the road painting, a lot of that happens at night. And then signs, traffic control devices when there's accidents. And that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for allowing me to present. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Wally, thanks for your presentation, very informative. For me, the overtime that you are seeing per operator, with the new operator help to bring that down? Is that part of the request? Like, is that like you're distributing those hours over more people?
It would be distributed over more operators, that's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
We don't do formal shift work in the wintertime.
It's just on call and,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. At the time I did go out with the snow clearing, it was quite an eye-opening experience to how much is involved in that. And I'm glad you presented, so currently you're managing 178 kilometers of roads and 110 kilometers of storm lines. At the beginning of your presentation, you had what you were expecting?
Yeah. So in a 3-year span, we're looking at almost 23 more kilometers of road and almost 17 kilometers of storm pipe and about 11 to 12 storm ponds that are going to be taken over.
Yeah, I got nothing. It's clearly, this is a growth position. We clearly need this. It's certainly an expectation from our community that our roads are maintained and there's snows off the roads and the stormwater works. So, yeah, I definitely support this position.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Thanks for your presentation and thanks to your crew.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Who's up next?
Parks and Open Space
Parks.
Operator. Mr. Left?
This is the hardest part of any presentation, is figuring out the technology at the council chambers, so please bear with me.
Well, we're lucky we just get to sit here. Right?
All right, well, good afternoon, Mayor Janan and council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. The park section is requesting 1 full-time operator for 2019. Let's look at our current parks team. We have 7 full-time operators, parks coordinator Angie Basha, and myself as the manager of that section. The request for the 2019 parks operator is a twofold request. The responsibilities for our new operator will include supervision of 6 mowing operators and the initiation of a formal asset management plan. Our seasonal mowing supervision and asset management practices, which will include the data collection and life cycling of our assets. This is an overview of our current operational structure. Currently, we have 5 maintenance zones highlighted in different colors, each captained by a full-time operator. We have a 3 to 4 person crew assigned to each operator during the peak season. And that crew is responsible for all duties, including mowing within that zone. We have 2 specialty zones, sports fields and irrigation, which also share the cemetery duties. Slides 5 and 6 touch a little bit on the various winter and summer duties that our operators are currently doing. In the winter, of course, snow removal plays a key part. Monitoring our skating surfaces, our sidewalks and pathways, some playground maintenance, equipment preparation, and the review and update of our safe operating procedures. Our summer months see our crews doing the mowing and trimming, tree planting, tree maintenance, shrub bed maintenance, garbages, landscaping projects, and on and on. They assist with CCC, FAC inspections, and of course respond to public inquiries and requests. The operator that we're requesting will be in charge of our summer mow crew supervision. We're looking to restructure our current format to provide a safer, more efficient seasonal mowing operation. We'll be reducing the number of seasonal employees operating mowers, leading to higher skilled operators and a greater equipment accountability. The requested operator will supervise 4 of the smaller mowers and 2 of the larger tri-deck mowers. What we're currently doing now has between 15 or 20 different seasonal staff operating the equipment as it goes into their zone. What we are hoping to do is send the equipment into the zones with a designated operator. And in order to, right now we're stretched too thin to have anybody oversee that process. So we're hoping that this operator can take care of that for us. We're looking to avoid incidents like this, of course. This was a mower incident summer of 2018. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, and equipment damage was minor. So obviously the type of incident we're looking to avoid by honing our operation. What you're looking at here is an upside down mower in the creek, the Big Hill Creek south of Glenbow Drive. And like I say, our operator walked away shaken but not hurt. And part of our investigation revealed the fact that they don't spend enough time on the machine to be comfortable with it, to completely know their operation, to completely know their routes. So we would take great steps to reduce that happening again. The second aspect of this position concerns asset management, namely data collection for the purposes of inventory control and maintenance tracking in our playgrounds, our trees, irrigation parts, components, and the life cycling of various assets, including our pathways, playground equipment, field structures, etc. The next 3 slides are based on information collected through the Yardstick benchmarking program. This program compares aspects of our practices to similar communities in Alberta and Canada. Slide 11 talks to a formal asset renewal plan, and you can see that we scored lowly in that area, in the bottom 15%. Slide 12 talks to park inspections for the purpose of collecting and updating asset information. Again, we scored in the lower 10% of that field. And slide 13 talks to the valuation of parks assets. And once again, we're in the lower 15%. The long and short of it is there's room for improvement in our asset management plan. There's a lot of aspects that are compared, and we scored highly in most of our aspects, but it's clear that asset management is the direction we need to move in. A quick summary of the wage information for parks operator. It's an existing position. It falls on the full-time 40-hour wage grid, level 6, where forecasting would come in at step 1 or step 2. Approximately $60,000 per year salary. And as Wally mentioned, there'd be benefit cost on top of that as well. This position would require a fleet vehicle, half-ton truck, 4-wheel drive. And our justification for this additional position, we want to improve upon our already strong safety culture, and we want to get the wheels rolling on an asset management plan. And that's my presentation. I thank you for your time and would be willing to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Great, thanks, Brad. One question I would have, and maybe you touched on it briefly at the beginning, was, and Wally talked about this in his presentation about increase in subdivisions, I guess.
Right.
But Parks is seeing that same increase of.
Yeah, absolutely, and I apologize for not including that in the presentation, but we, CCC, FAC between 3 and 5 parks per year. This year, we FAC'd 3 parks. Every year we pick up, like I say, between 3 and 5 parks. We're up to 50 parks, 35 of which have playground equipment in them. We have 11 ball diamonds, numerous soccer fields, 3 cemeteries, about 65 kilometers of pathway that we remove snow from.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks for the presentation. Correct me if I'm wrong, if this is the time to ask this. I really like this process we're doing this year because I was hoping to give us a chance to hear what the original request was for increased staffing and then what we moved to. I don't know if there's a difference in that case between that. Was it an increase of 1 staff member right off the start that we were requesting in this department, or did that?
Right, we're looking to add 1 operator in 2019, 1 staff member.
Was your original request larger than that, or was it?
No, our original request was for 1 additional staff member.
Okay, excellent. And that's based on the presentation, just growth-based, just all the new
Yes.
areas you're taking
Yep.
on?
Right.
Okay. And I was also interested in your asset management program. What is that going to look like in the future? What are we doing there?
We're just getting started in that area. It will be the collection of data. We want to get an idea of what our park system is worth financially, what our playground equipment might be worth, what our trees might be worth, what irrigation components might be worth. We want to put a dollar figure on that for the purposes of inventory control and asset valuation. It's an area that we're just stepping into. We have some learning there for sure. We have explored a couple different programs internally and externally that will allow us to collect and pool that data.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Suzanne, you have additional comment?
Just a comment, just Councillor Wilson. Councillor Fadden had asked for the list of the ones that didn't make the cut as well. So, yeah, I don't have it yet, but I've got the list, and after all the presentations are done, we're hoping that we'll have it ready to show you so that you can understand as well. So it's great that Mr. Luft answered that. But just so you're aware, there's other ones too where the managers might not be here, so just.
Okay, great. Councillor Federico?
Thanks for the information. I only have 1 quick question. Will this help? I know that there were some issues or concerns with some of the sporting groups that they were having to have volunteers kind of take care of fields or do more stuff with that. Will this help to kind of alleviate some of those issues with the volunteer groups that are in our town as well?
No, it won't make a difference in the sports fields operation. We currently have a full-time operator assigned to sports fields. The concerns that we received from Cochrane Minor Ball, I think might be where this is coming from, we were able to address. They were, I believe that the case that came before council involved a full garbage can, which we were able to address. We have met with Cochrane Minor Ball since that time, discussed their field needs. Their concerns seem to come down to needing more fields as much as anything. They did come forward this spring with a volunteer program where they helped us to clean up the fields. initiated by Cochrane Minor Ball, which we fully appreciated. That was a great help. We would have been able to do it without their help, though.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. The only other comment I would have is, having had the benefit of meeting with your team here in the last couple of weeks, I have a new appreciation for all of the things that you go through, and I would like to echo that I'm going to try and make it around to all the departments so I can have a little better insight. But Parks especially, I think, takes a bit of the community's angst, if you will, and I think from me anyways, and hopefully all of council, I'd just like to say thanks to your group for what you do and some of the things that you guys put up with in the community to do and keep our parks and areas so beautiful. I just think we have a lot of pride in that, in our pathways and everything, but I don't think we stop enough to celebrate the good people that do the work for us, so thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor Janan. I know our team appreciated you coming out and meeting with us too. That was the first time we had that experience with a mayor, and they did appreciate that, so thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Riley coming up to provide you a presentation on the planner position.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. There we are. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Genung and members of council. I'd like to present to you a budget request for a full-time equivalent position for a planner 2 for the 2019 budget. I'd just like to start off with a bit of an explanation of what planning services does in general, and this includes all of our planners and all of our staff. So we have 3 primary functions. The first one is development planning, and what this includes is things that you see quite often, either at council or a member of the Cochrane Planning Commission or the SDAB. That includes land use bylaw amendments. It includes the processing and approving of development permits, but also doing inspections, development agreements, sometimes enforcement and complaints, and taking files to the CPC and SDAB. Also, we do issue compliance certificates. The second function is subdivisions. That also includes file management. It includes the endorsement of the subdivisions and drafting and entering into servicing agreements with the applicants. We are also the subdivision authority for the town of Cochrane. And lastly, long-range planning and policy function, which includes the creation and review of statutory and non-statutory plans. So these are things like our municipal development plan, our Cochrane sustainability plan, our neighborhood plans, our land use bylaw, as well as things like design guidelines and parking studies and that sort of thing. Now, currently we have 8 planning staff. That consists of 7 full-time equivalents and 1 limited term. We have 2 administrative support staff, administrative assistants that provides services not only to planning services but to the entire department. And it's important to note that we have currently have a planning intern as well that is a limited term for 2 years that's helping us out with our land use bylaw review project. This is just the chart, and just it's important to note that we currently have a senior planner that's on secondment that is currently doing the land use bylaw review project, as you know, and just to note that the planner 2 limited term position ends at the end of this year. You've probably seen these numbers. This is our population growth numbers over the last 10 years. We've been averaging about just over a 6% growth year over year for the last 10 years. So quite significant. With this comes a variety of challenges and a variety of different demands in terms of planning and development. And this increased in numbers of applications, as well as increased enforcement and complaints and those sort of things. And I'm happy to say I think we've been doing a fairly good job in terms of keeping up with that demand. There's been an increase in the level of scale and complexities of these applications. And on a day-to-day kind of current planning basis, I think we've been able to keep up with that demand, but it has come at a cost. And this cost is our long-range planning documents, our land use bylaw, which we're currently reviewing now. Our municipal development plan was 2008, hasn't been reviewed in 10 years. And those types of policy documents and the regular review of those things. That's one of the costs of this increase in population that we've been experiencing. Also, in the background, just our planning services procedures has also taken a bit of a backseat over the years. And so that's one thing that we're hoping to address, especially in this coming year with this additional FTE. Now, the ask is for a Planner 2, which is considered an intermediate planner. And we currently have the Planner 2 position as a limited term, and we're asking to take the limited term and turn it into a full-time equivalent. So what they do everything, as does all of our planning staff. They do all of our planning functions. And the importance of the Planner 2 in the limited term capacity this past year is that it has enabled us to look at our land use bylaw and give resources to the land use bylaw review. It also, which I'm quite excited about, it's going to be able to let us look at our internal processes and procedures to find that those efficiencies to make our job easier and a bit more efficient. So this is what we're hoping to achieve with the addition of the Planner 2. In-house services for all planning functions. This will mean less reliance on consultants and result in some cost savings there. It'll also be an increase in internal capacity for our staff and experience, and allow for us to have some succession planning in the future. As I mentioned before, it's going to enable us to strategically look at and improve our processes and procedures to find those efficiencies and become more effective, and ultimately to maintain and increase the customer service levels that we've been able to experience over the years. That's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Riley, for that. Just a couple of questions. Actually, a comment and then do questions. So just to build on what the mayor has done in the other two presentations, I personally wanted to say from my time on council and previous on CPC that I've really found working with the planning department to be excellent. It has over the years that I was on CPC and now on council really evolved, and it's quite professional. And so kudos to you and your colleagues. I'm just wondering, what is the total cost of this position, recognizing it's going from part-time? Is it part-time?
It's not part-time. It's a full-time. It is a full-time, but it's a limited term.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is so the questions are, what are you referenced cost savings, and the second question is what is this position going to cost us?
Okay.
Do you know, or do you want me to take it?
No, please go ahead.
So in the budget, with benefits, it's $97,000.
97?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's with benefits?
That's including benefits, yes.
The others weren't?
Were without?
Okay.
The roads operator was with
Okay.
benefits, and the parks would be the same as the roads operator, 72.5
So
with
the
benefits.
roads operator was 72 and the parks was 60?
Well, 60 didn't include benefits, so it would have been 72.5. They're on the same place on the grid.
Okay, great. And Riley, the cost savings that you referenced,
Yeah.
any idea of a figure of that?
Yeah, and, I don't have any hard numbers for the cost savings, but what I've noticed over the past year especially, and over the past couple of years, is that it's the less reliance on going to consultants for certain projects and to help us with our work. So whether that be the development permitting side and helping us with development permits, or helping us with land use bylaw amendments, or the review of neighborhood plans and area structure plans, there's been a marked decrease in reliance on those types of services as a result of having not only this additional staff this past year, but in general. So yeah, I don't have the actual dollar number of that, but we haven't been using our consulting services nearly as much.
Just a guesstimate?
To the mayor and council, I don't have a guesstimate, but I can say that there was a significant reliance on outside consultants, certainly in some of the other presentations that you'll see. Our department has been committed and certainly to reduce the reliance on outside contract services, build in-house capacity, and strengthen our team. So I think this is the path that we're on, and while I don't have the hard numbers, we can certainly get that for you to make a decision, but it is a significant reduction in the contract services.
Yeah, I don't need it for a decision, but I just out of curiosity. Thank you.
So would you say then that, just building on your question, that if this position was not filled, there'd be obviously an increase in the need for contract services, so there'd be, you may not see a drop in cost from the year from 2018, but there could be an increase in contract costs?
If I can, I don't want to certainly take away from Riley's answering that question, but I think one of the things that our department is, and particularly planning, has been pulled in all directions. The regional commitments that we now have to make, we're doing the land use bylaw, which is a significant project, the volume of applications. So just the cumulative impact of all those things certainly puts more of a burden on our department.
Okay. You're good, Councillor Reid? Yeah. Councillor McFadden?
Thank you. So just to rephrase this then, so this position isn't actually increasing the level of service that the planning is able to provide, it's just going to be holding the line continually. So one of the things I think Cochrane has a high expectation of is that we're planning for the future and that we're delivering not only the Cochrane that is, but a Cochrane that's going to be an example for others and an amazing community to live in. So my goal always with our planning is that it be to a higher level, a higher standard, and keep pushing for that. So what I understood from your presentation is that, you know, we are able to do the workload with the current staffing, but like we're starting to fall behind on some of the planning documents, the ability to look ahead, and there's other workloads I think the council should be looking at, industrial park redevelopment plans, corridor plans. I mean, the Jones Estate project's not going to be done anytime soon, as I guess. So while affirming this position would keep service at the same level, my question is actually whether you need another planner so that we can actually make sure that we're planning for the future and that we're ahead of the game and that we're delivering top-notch planning services. That's more my question, is whether you need another planner in addition to this. I certainly support this because I don't want our services to go backwards, but I am questioning whether we do have a need for a second planner so that we can be more strategic.
Sure. Through Mayor Genung to Councillor McFadden, I appreciate that, and I think I didn't intend to say that we're just maintaining a level of service with the addition of this FTE. I think with the addition, it allows us to do more. So the way that I'm anticipating is that it will actually give us the opportunity to start looking at the long-range planning documents that I mentioned, as well as our internal procedures that'll make us more efficient and more effective in what we do. And with that, we are anticipating that we can not only maintain our level of service, but also to increase it. So now, that's not to say that we wouldn't absolutely, that we would like to have another planner. There's no question about that. That would allow us to do even that much more in terms of the long-range planning and preparing us for that future, like you say. So I do believe that the Planner 2 position will help us in that customer service level, and yeah, potentially in the future, we may need that other planner. Yeah.
So what we've asked in previous examples was, on your ask for this year, were you initially looking at just this position, or did you have additional planning requests in the budget before that went down?
Through Mayor Janung to Councillor McFadden, this was our only request. Yeah. I know, no, I appreciate that, and I don't want to turn it down either.
If I could just supplement some of the input that Riley's provided. I think one of the things for obviously another position would be fantastic, but we want to look at this organization-wide as well. We have another position in subsequent years. We're only talking about 2019 right now. I think one of the other things that is important to realize too is we've just recently welcomed our new senior planner. We're very excited about having her in this position to assist us. I think having this position itself would be very important to us. Obviously, Mr. Weldon taking over as the manager has been instrumental in our success as well. So we're going to be at a full staff complement here shortly. So we'd like the opportunity to proceed, and certainly I think we will have the staff resources that we need.
Okay, Councillor Padico?
I guess this is kind of following up to that. Mr. Hyman, does it give you more the ability to manage with 1-2 extra people so that you are not necessarily having to maybe put out fires that maybe you could pass on to other people so that you can maybe have less of a workload on your plate?
I think through the chair to Councillor Fedayko, that's part of our responsibility is addressing things that come up periodically. I think throughout all our management team and certainly our staff are problem solvers. So again, we look at this, especially when there were a number of staffing requests that did come to the senior leadership team, and we did have to pare it down. Certainly we would be happy to ask for more staff in the planning department, but there are organizational needs and there's some financial realities that we have to look at as well. So we've asked for this position. In subsequent years, we're going to ask for another position to help support us. I don't know if that answers your question, but
sure. Thanks.
Okay, we're good.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. I did want to state that the whole management team, senior management and the management team, went through a very collaborative process, and we, as a group, came to a consensus that these were the positions that we wanted to advance as a group, because we're a team. We're not just individual departments and competing against each other, so each department supported the other department's request. So I just wanted to put that out there. Just so you know, I've got the information on who was cut, so that we don't talk about that too much more. There was going to be a 0.2 of an FTE for a fire prevention officer, so to add to that person's position in the event of when there was vacation. There was a legislative administrator full-time position that we felt at this time was not necessary because we were reorganizing and different people were going to be doing their jobs. Communications, we had this engagement officer person that was going to help us with the internal engagement. We had a procurement coordinator. So this is a person, a centralized person to do procurement versus all of our managers do procurement at this time, with guidance from Legislative Services Department. And then we had an admin assistant, part-time, put forward by the FCSS department. And we had a project coordinator for information services. So those are all the positions that we felt at this time were not required in this 3-year window. So just so you know. The next person we have up here is Ryan from the Civil Land Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor Janong and members of council. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ryan Stewart. I'm the manager of the Civil Land Development Department, and I've been with the town for almost 9 years. Within my team, there's myself and 3 technologists, and I'm before you today to request the addition of another technologist to join the group in 2019. Well, that's not good.
Thank you very much.
Can I drop this mic? No? Okay. So as you can see based on the slide, we are a touch point with numerous internal departments as well as various external stakeholders. And we are responsible or play a very large role in the work that takes place after land use is granted by yourselves until operations begins maintaining and operating all the infrastructure within our new subdivision. So a little bit of what we do is we review development plans, reports, construction drawings as they relate to stormwater management, traffic impacts, geotechnical and slope stability considerations. We prepare servicing agreements for subdivisions to ensure that developers' roles and responsibilities are clearly defined. We perform infrastructure inspections for the construction completion, maintenance periods, and final acceptance of all the deep and surface utilities that W3 parks and roads maintain, as well as review the supporting technical information such as testing results, sewer videos, as-built drawings, etc. We respond to the public quite frequently as it relates to inquiries about public and private lands and the overall development and construction processes. We maintain the CAD data for integration into our JIS system so all our internal departments have access to the infrastructure information, and we play an active role in capital projects at the design stage to kind of ensure conformance with standard guidelines and just general best practices. So what we want to do with the addition of the new staff member to the team is we want to maintain or increase our customer service levels. I should note we had a limited term position with the team this year. So we had 4 techs. One of our technologists resigned and moved back to Ontario, so we currently are operating with 3 techs. And so that's why I use the word maintain, because we had 4 for 9 months of the year, and I felt like that was the proper service level. But yeah, we want to increase or maintain the customer service for our residents, developers, as well as the contractors that we have working relationships with. We want to improve our field presence, which I feel has been affected by the current workload on the staff and the resources available. We want to play a significant role in the asset management system. That is kind of a theme amongst the operations groups, as I feel that our group is in a good position to help ensure that the infrastructure assets are valued properly and provided with proper condition grades, and also assist operations with gathering of infrastructure data from older areas of town that aren't quite as accurate as our newer areas. I want to continue to develop in-house capacity and expertise, which will result in reducing the reliance and spending on third-party consultants, which we have reduced by 33% over last year. And so, yeah, just why the need? So we haven't had a full-time employee added to the department since 2010. We actually have 1 less staff member than we did when I started in the department. Population has grown about 60% since I joined the town. We have 9 communities under development, 2 new communities, that being Precedence and Rivercrest, started development this year. And at any given point, there's about 20 current phases of subdivision in various stages of development that my group is I'd like to say the prime contact for related to the development. Those 9 communities also don't include the upcoming Precedent or Greystone and South Hill Landing in the near future. And yeah, we also play a significant role in major development permits, so quarries kind of wrapping up at those types of larger developments, new car dealerships, gas stations. We play an active role in reviewing the servicing, grading, and access related to those. And I really want to be able to have one of my staff have not fully dedicated but allocated staff time towards asset management to assist operations. And that's it. Questions?
All right. Well, I can attest to some of your public interaction as I get a few emails from people requesting what's going on with this land or that. So you've assisted me over the past year in that, and I thank you for that. Council, I see Councillor Reid, you're going, pardon me? Yep, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I was just curious, what is the total dollar value with this position with benefits?
With benefits, 76, 68 in salary, approximately, depending on negotiations with the best candidate.
Sorry, I had it open and I closed it in 2 seconds. About 83,000.
83, okay. Yeah, just for those that follow, I'm going to ask the same question.
Yeah, gotcha. I had it open and I closed it.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
ready.
Looks like you're getting away with no questions.
Okay, I just also want to add, because I didn't have it in my slides, that throughout the rest of the budget process, I have proposed to increase some of our fees related to inspections and just road closure permits and utilities, which I'm estimated as about an additional $45,000 in revenue for the department to help somewhat offset the cost of the potential new employee.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great last minute addition.
All right, so we've got Rick coming up to present on the capital projects engineer position.
I asked Stacy to get this ready for me because I knew I'd probably screwed up. Anyways, hello, Mayor Genung and Council. This presentation is somewhat unique to some of the other presentations that you've heard regarding staffing. What I'm seeking approval for today is a transition of the incumbent from the current contract position to a permanent full-time position under capital projects. It is important to note with this position that we did do an open market competitive process in spring of 2017 when we posted for the engineering position at that time. Okay, so a little history. The original intent was to utilize an engineer as a contract employee for building the bridge and the South Arterial Roadway. It did start out as a one-year contract. So at that point in spring of 2017, we went to market looking for a professional engineer with solid bridge and road building experience. Through the competitive RFQ, RFP processes, combined with our unique project delivery model of design assist for the bridge, we are now at the point where we're at, where construction of the bridge is underway and the design of the South James Walker Trail Arterial will be tendered in early 2019. This was certainly guided and reviewed by the incumbent that's currently in the capital projects position. Again, targeted completion of the bridge and South Roadway are fall of 2020. The current term of the contract for this position does expire at the end of this year. Okay, so I'd like to say that we were very fortunate to find that proverbial needle in a haystack, and we were able to recruit a local professional engineer that has brought many talents to the table. This includes extensive contract knowledge and execution, along with a strong attention to detail needed to protect the town's best interests in the complex projects and new subdivision reviews currently underway, as well as the future capital that we're looking at in the next 10 years. I know that a lot of my colleagues can certainly attest to the level of detail on that. The current staffing structure that we have at the town does not have a dedicated role to manage capital projects. We're currently using our section managers and myself to try to manage these projects, many of them multi-million-dollar projects off the corners of our desks. From my perspective, this is not a sustainable practice and will inevitably lead to some form of project failure with the growing workloads and major projects that we have in the queue. The other option of contracting out the project management services adds additional costs to the projects, while at the same time sacrificing a large portion of control as we have contracted people looking out for our best interests. It is also the desire of administration to build engineering capacity in-house and reduce the dependency of third-party consulting. We've talked about that a little bit already. This not only offers some form of cost savings on the daily one-offs that we experience, as well as third-party reviews, but it also protects the integrity of the project through staff empowerment and ownership. I also want to note that in closing, the impact of not approving this transition will increase project costs, but more importantly will be the loss of direct involvement in day-to-day town involvement in project management. Today's a prime example. There is a bridge road project meeting going on right now, and I'm here as well as some of the other engineers that could potentially attend that meeting, so we would have no town involvement at the meeting. And this happens from time to time with our workloads that we're both all experiencing. So to have somebody dedicated to project management, I feel, is a huge benefit. So the next steps in this proposal are to transition the position from a contract into a full-time position starting in January of 2019.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deans. You basically took the words right out of my mouth with all the accolades that you're saying for this position. I couldn't agree more that this is something that we need as a community. Councillor Reid. You're first to the button.
Yeah, just again, what's the difference between the contracted costs and the full-time position with benefits? What's the dollar difference?
Well, it's somewhat challenging to quantify. I'm prepared to say that this position would cost as an annual salary with benefits of $132,000. If you're looking at project management services from a contract perspective, you're looking at easily over $200 an hour to do that type of role. The one-offs, you're also looking at that type of process. We've tried to look at over the year how much we would have called a geotechnical engineering firm to look at something that the incumbent has the qualifications to look at. So when you're adding up $100 to $200 an hour over a course of a year and moving forward in some of our other major capital projects, you're easily looking at between $80,000 and $100,000 at least of additional contract service project costs.
So you can't find this kind of urban systems person on retainer?
We could find somebody like that on retainer, but every project has its own unique capabilities and characteristics, and then again, we wouldn't have that in-house expertise to look after what we feel is an empowerment and control factor to have somebody from your own staff representing the town at these meetings. Not to say that somebody that's hired to look after your best interest isn't going to do that for you, but we feel there's a lot of value in having somebody from your own division there to represent those needs. So we've got a long list of projects coming up, as you can see with your council priorities, and it just makes the most sense to have somebody in-house doing that. So they're there.
My experience is having somebody on retainer then enables you to have the expertise of an entire firm rather than housing that in one individual. You can call an entire firm, but that's just my experience.
We still have that. It's not like we're not going to have engineers on any of our jobs. There will always be a consulting engineering firm that will be stamping the drawings. Our engineering division that we're trying to build will not at this particular time do design and engineering stamping because you require a massive amount of liability insurance. So we will still have the opportunity because we'll still have engineering firms employed. We just won't need to use as much of that service as we currently used to do up until these new projects that our incumbents currently involved with.
Okay, thank you.
Hour for hour, $400,000 to have the same person around doing the same amount of work as we're going to get for $132,000. And when you look at, when I got here, I was shocked that our engineering services, we really had no engineers on staff. I'm used to having 4 or 5 engineers on staff. And then when we looked at our engineering contract, we're spending an enormous amount of money on engineered services. So there's a common theme here with the planners, the civil engineering tech, the engineering program, the safety codes program. We're moving away from contract services because we've hit a threshold. We're almost at 30,000 people. There's a point where it becomes more cost effective to bring things in-house than to bring them outside services. And we still will be retaining the engineering company for those specialized services that we would need for, for engineering a bridge, for example. Thank you.
Councillor Flowers?
I really like the idea of going ahead with this and having somebody looking after our best interests on all these big projects that are coming up. I'm assuming the Tri-Site, if some of the projects moved ahead, they'd be very involved with that.
Absolutely. The capital projects engineer would be involved in any project that would involve some construction, whether directly or indirectly providing advice services to all of the projects, which would also include the at-grade pedestrian crossing across the railway tracks downtown.
I think it's a great move. Thank you.
You're good, Councillor? Yeah. The other item I would add is just, or comment, is just that I think we would have consistency across the board through different construction jobs. I mean, you tear up one part of town, it's connected to some other part of town somehow. And to bring in an engineer from a different firm or, I just think I like the consistency of having that one person. So.
Well, and something else to also factor into any project is the sometimes up to 1 year of lead time where you're establishing design and contract documents, and to be able to take care of that in-house with some legal overview over it's built is it's gold.
Yeah, this is something I was looking for a long time. So thank you for bringing it forward. Safety codes.
Drew. All right, Drew's going to do the safety codes.
Did you email me?
Good afternoon, Mayor Chong and Council. I'm honored to do this today. I think our safety codes department has made some tremendous strides in the last few years. I think you'll probably see that through this presentation. We currently have 3 staff within this department. We have 2 safety codes officers and a safety codes tech. One of the safety codes officers obviously has got experience with respect to building. Our other safety codes officer is a bit unique. He has the ability to provide services from building, gas, and plumbing. So he's one of the only people in Alberta with that designation. So I'm quite proud of them and what they've been able to accomplish in the last couple of years. So what I wanted to do is just provide you a bit of an overview of what safety codes officers do, because it's a little bit removed from what council deals with every day, as it's further on in the development process. But obviously they inspect the construction, installation, and operation, maintenance of structures and systems to ensure compliance with the relevant codes and standards and regulations. There's a couple of different disciplines that they're split up into. So if you look, you've got the building, HVAC, and energy codes, electrical, plumbing, gas, and fire. And these are color-coded because we have all of the disciplines with the exception of electrical in-house now. So a couple of years ago, we began working on a few different things with respect to a strategy for safety codes. One of them was to reduce our contract services, and the other was to eventually bring safety codes all in-house and provide better services to the residents of Cochrane. So in terms of the request today, we are requesting a safety codes officer who would specialize in the electrical discipline. The annual salary would be covered by a reduction in contract services. We'd obviously have everybody in-house, and as I mentioned, increased level of service to residents. So what I'm going to do now is I'll just give you a little bit of an overview of our previous contract services and where we're going. So in 2015, our contract services were $636,000 annually. Recognizing this, we began this strategy and said we need to reduce this and eventually get to where we are here today. It's 2016, we were just over $500,000. 2017, because of the work and the hiring of both of our safety codes officers, we were able to reduce that to $261,000. And as of today, we're currently at $221,000. But moving ahead in the budget that we'll be talking about shortly, our objective is to have a budget of $100,000 in 2019, 2020, and then $80,000 in 2021. And that is just to provide some additional coverage when obviously we still need to provide those services if there's absences, holidays, things of that nature. So I think the big thing that I wanted to show here is the reduction even in the from 2015 until 2017, we've saved $375,000 annually based on this. So I think we're on the right track. Again, our goals, all safety disciplines, safety codes disciplines in-house. We also have a completely digital process, so we don't get lineups upstairs for safety codes typically because people are submitting it online. So this department has done a great job in terms of transitioning to that digital process. They've really had a customer service focus. You probably don't hear much about safety codes, and in many ways that's a good thing, but I do hear a lot about it, and mostly it's compliments on the level of service that they're providing. So obviously by going this is cost savings and higher revenue for the town if we're able to do this, and we really want to embrace new technology and better service delivery. So if we head down this path, what will we achieve? We'll be in a unique position to have all the disciplines in-house, higher customer service focus, ongoing improvements in our digital permit system. Here's a big one, is having the ability, right now we can currently do 3 days of inspection a week, just because we have to rely on our contract services for that electrical. If we have electrical in-house, we can do 5 days a week, so people aren't going to be waiting for their electrical inspections. One of the things I hope you can appreciate is when people call the municipality and they want to book an inspection, they want it right away. With contract services, there are times that they may have to wait between 5 and 10 days for that to happen. Obviously, we've achieved a higher level of efficiency, we've got less overhead, and we're ultimately retaining more revenue for the municipality. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know Councillor Reid has a question about the value. It is a 106 is with benefits.
Don't see any others. Oh, there's one. Councillor Wilson.
Really good sell, hard to disagree with that. Just curious why 2020 to 2021, why does it drop from 100 to 80 projected? Contract services, just wondering what's going on there.
Continue to find efficiencies,
Okay.
Councillor Wilson, and you know that's our objective, and will continue to be our objective.
Just a projection, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, seems to be like we're moving in a great direction when we go from 550 contract services to 350 or less in-house. That's hard to argue with.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we've got the accountant and the GIS tech and our new director of corporate services, Catherine, is going to.
Catherine, can you tell us your last name?
Van Kime Pima.
That didn't help.
No, I know. It took Canmore 5 years to get it, so yeah.
Our goal is 4.
Yes, okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Genung and members of council, for allowing me to present our arguments for 2 positions in corporate services. The first being in the financial services area and the need for a staff accountant. So to give you a bit of an introduction, maintaining financial core services and completing additional projects has become a bit of a struggle in this area. Increased workload as Cochrane continues to grow, and you've heard the story over and over from different managers and senior managers about how the town's growing and how demand for services is growing. Well, that actually also has an impact on internal services, which means we have more bills coming through and we have more assets to maintain and keep track of. So as that happens, finances workload increases as well. We have a few people in the team and they're wearing many hats, which tends to happen when municipalities are little. But as Cochrane grows and become bigger, we need more people wearing less hats because those hats are getting pretty big. Financial services has not had a staffing addition in over 5 years. As well, just even in my short time, I've come across that many of the processes are manual, and that introduces an opportunity for mistakes to happen if they're predominantly manual, as well as a quite inefficient way of doing things. Right now, from what I can see, the manager, and well as my position as the senior manager, are largely operational. So we have a lot of hands-on doing a lot of these manual processes. Instead, a management and especially a senior manager position should be in the strategic area, leading and coaching and mentoring, as well as ensuring council's priorities and the corporation or the organization's strategic goals are met. So why hire a staff accountant? To take over this operational tasks, which would free up the manager and the senior manager to focus on council's strategic priorities, which would include finding efficiencies. So manual processes are extremely inefficient, and we would need the time to be able to dig into those, to be able to find ways to do things quicker and better. That would also include improved reporting to both council and management, leading the team and coaching them, as well as providing service throughout the organization. So many departments have financial needs that they're trying to deal with themselves. One of them that sort of came to light as I was listening is asset management. So this is something that's in its infancy for the town of Cochrane, and it has a large financial component to it. So my vision would be to ensure that financial services is involved from the ground level in that asset management program. So what would the responsibilities of a staff accountant be? It would be to provide some supervision and oversight of the accounting activities that would require a more experienced accounting knowledge. So right now, it's only the manager in the financial services area that has an accounting designation. So provide support to the manager, financial services for reporting requirements, assisting the full cycle of accounting processes, and as well as the forecasts and analysis, as well as preparing audit working papers for when the auditors come, assisting with the budget preparation, so being the technician, the person putting the numbers together and ensuring that the numbers are correct and that as they change, things are updated correctly, as well as preparing monthly budget variances as well as the quarterly reporting. Maintaining and reconciling fixed asset schedules. So as you know, the province has required municipalities to keep track of their tangible capital assets. And the next iteration of that is to take the data and do something with it. And that's the asset management program. So to have a staff accountant would allow us to maintain the database of those assets and to help us crunch the numbers and do some forecasting on how much money we think we're going to need in order to properly maintain and replace our assets into the future, which will drive how much money we need to be putting away in our reserves, which is a conversation we've been having this budget time about the infrastructure gap. As well, this person could provide technical support for financial reporting. So what's the impact if this position is not approved? Without this position, we're really unable to meet core functions and grow, enhance, and provide value-added information to administration and council. The manager and the senior manager are busy meeting operational requirements, ones that are largely manual and inefficient, and without this position, that division of labor would continue. There would be little time to provide assistance to other departments. We would be unable to provide improved financial analyses and reporting, which I think would be an excellent thing and something that I imagine council is looking for. The manager of financial services would be unable to focus on systems processes. You'd be more in hands-on doing the technical operational components of financial management. And the senior manager of corporate services will continue to spend most of my time in financial operations because it still would be very hands-on. Rather, corporate services, which is made up of more than just financial services. As well, right now, most of the positions are general clerk positions, and then the next step is the manager. There's not really anything in the middle to be able to grow staff members, and so succession planning is a bit challenged. A staff accountant would have put a middle person into that, and then that would encourage staff to go after their accounting designations as they can see the opportunity for growth within the department. And that concludes my presentation on why I think we should have a staff accountant. I would welcome any questions.
Okay, I see Councillor Reid is quick to the...
And I have
button.
your answer,
Great, bring it on.
including benefits, 103,000 a year.
103?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, good presentation. I agree with the position. Specifically for me, it's the town's strategic direction that I'm interested in seeing come to fruition.
I'm really excited about getting to work on that.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Was it just one FTE we were talking about here, or did I hear you say two? Just the one, okay. And that's somebody with a financial accounting designation that we're looking for here?
That would be our preference,
Yeah.
Probably more of at a junior level, but
Right.
somebody who would have that accounting designation, yes.
And then I'm still trying to wrap my head around our new asset management things we're doing. Obviously, when we're talking larger scale, when we're talking about our 2% infrastructure gaps, and that's what we'd be talking about. But this would be interdepartmental too, where you'd be dealing with, Mr. Luft was talking about how in his department, the asset management at a lower level within the Parks Department, say, or the Roads Department. That would also be going on here with this position, or?
Yeah, so relatively new here, so if I'm speaking out of turn,
okay.
pardon me. I know when I was working in Canmore, I put together an asset management, we hired an asset management coordinator, but a big part of that was helping departments to gather the information on what assets they have, what is their current condition, what is their replacement cost, when do we think we're going to need to replace them, and then gather all of that information in one place, which then allowed me to develop a long-term financial strategy so I could come back to council and say, this is how much money you're going to need to have in 10 years to replace, maintain, rehabilitate the assets that you currently have. And this is what we're currently putting away. So it allowed the finance department to provide council with a lot stronger financial information. So it is working with all the different departments, the managers and the staff in those departments, to gather the information, but then working with them to put it into a meaningful plan that can be used for strategic direction.
Which is something that's currently lacking in our organization, it seems like, yes. This is another one that's pretty easy sell to me. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Nagel?
When it comes to accounting and finance, I feel like it's very difficult for myself to know what's really needed because it's all stuff, it's very important stuff, it's big stuff, but it all goes on in the background. The council and the public never see it. I guess my only question would be, is there any chance that you think this could be put off for a year so you could spend a year really gelling in your new position before adding to the staff, or is this something that's needed immediately?
In the 2.5 weeks that I've been here, I have already found so many things that are manual and take up so much time that I already think that there is a way better way of doing this, and the staff accountant would allow that to happen. I think there's a lot of opportunities to provide services across the organization for reporting, for analysis, that simply cannot happen because my understanding is that both the manager of finance and my position, my predecessor, spent most of their time actually in there doing those calculations. So
Okay.
I don't feel it could be put off.
So again, I mean, like, forgive me for my ignorance of, of the work that goes on in the department. I see a lot of the operational and logistical and actual work just shifting off your position onto another position, and I'm unsure what would be left at the top. Like, what would your position continue to be?
Well, it's corporate services, so it's more than just doing the financial stuff, and it's actually finding efficiencies, and it's finding better ways of doing things. It's going across and trying to get this asset management program expanded across the organization and bringing all the data together so we can actually make improvements. So I see my position as being strategic as well as directional, and being the conduit from council to corporate services, and then corporate services supports and helps all of the departments across the organization to meet council's directions.
Okay. And then I guess my final question would be for our CAO, Mr. Devanna. Dave, do you fully endorse this decision? I mean, I assume you do since it's before us, but.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if I didn't. This, you know, I'm an accountant by trade as well, and I feel like this is one of our best, one of our strategic priorities is to identify efficiencies in the way we conduct our work. And you've seen other departments that have made strides doing that in the safety codes, in the planning department, in the roads with their GIS tracking, all those things. But the financial services, the amount of time that we spend on the budget, the amount of time that we spend on reconciling our AR and our accounts payable and all these things, they're all done in a very manual fashion at this time, when the computer systems really could help us and then reduce our requests in the future for any additional staff as we grow. So I absolutely think, and I think all the positions that we've asked for are important, but this one is absolutely a great opportunity for us to become more effective and reduce our risk related to our finances. And the asset management thing, someone has to coordinate it. Someone has to be tabulating all the assets, what their condition is, when do we have to replace them. And that's not going to fall with any individual manager. It has to follow the finance department, really. And then the next position that we're going to be talking to you about with the GIS tech, again, they need to have the data, and then they get it into the computer, and then the computer can produce the information. So you absolutely need this job.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. All right, so as I just finished saying, corporate services covers more than just financial services. Another aspect of corporate services is information services. So a little bit of an introduction. Right now, we have Geomatics Information Systems, I think is what GIS stands for, area. And there's been more and more demand for the work that is done in this area. So no longer is it just a bunch of technicians sitting there with some hardware and making sure your computer turns on when it's supposed to. It's now more and more demand for geographical data used in many different ways. So we're finding an increase in the workload, and the projects are increasing exponentially. So currently, there isn't the staff availability or the workload capacity to meet anything but the squeaky wheel. That's the person who gets, or that's the area that gets the attention, and everything else gets put on hold. So there's many pressing projects are in the areas of GIS, and therefore, the argument is being made for a GIS technician. So why? Again, why hire a GIS technician? Maintaining GIS core services and completing additional projects has become a bit of a struggle. The core services include addressing the new plans, processing, as well as growing the fiber strategy tasks, and these consume about 80% of a single GIS staff's time. In addition to that, there's a spatial database that has to be updated and maintained, updates of the core data set, so parcels, utilities, land use, and more. Operation map, waste collection, snow routes, parks maintenance, and utility books. Internal GIS maintenance and enhancement for users, as well as updating our website maps. So a lot of the citizens are going online and utilizing our maps for many different pieces of information for themselves. As well, there's global positioning system, GPS, and asset locate. So we maintain locations of our assets, as well as the data collection and training. As well, our list of tangible capital assets is part of this asset management program. The location of these assets are actually maintained on our mapping systems, and it's our GIS technician that maintains that information. They are also heavily involved in the census that's conducted by the municipality, and the importance of the census is the federal doesn't do it very often, so if you don't do it, there's a lot of grants based on per capita, so it's important to keep up your census information when you're growing rapidly. So some other things, some projects that are sort of on the books are coming down the pipe. Online mapping, so for planning and public, as well as parks and properties, as well as the assessment services. There's now pictometry, which is under the GIS umbrella, and it's so no longer is it just a plane flying over top and you just see the top of your buildings. They now have angles to them, which allows our departments to actually measure building heights and areas of coverage on a piece of property, and that's all maintained by your GIS technician. There's field data collection for apps, noxious weed locations, inspections of hydrants, valves, catch basins, and road conditions. There's also an integration with the ERP system, so that's our financial accounting system. As well, with assessors, I was just actually at their meeting yesterday, and they were talking about how they're finding this pictometry to be very useful because they can do a comparison between what a property looked like last year and this year, and they've already found a number of standalone garages that hadn't been noted before, and they've been able to update it without actually having to leave the office and go and do inspections, which is time consuming. They were able actually to use the data that we have. As well as the fire department uses it for spatial analysis and online mapping, and we use it for our cloud services, as well as researching and testing new GIS functionalities. So those are all things that a GIS staff would be working on. So without additional staff, what's the impact? They're actually unable to grow and enhance their GIS services, even though there's a big call for that more and more every day. The GIS property viewer for the public has been in great demand. Asset management, which is a council priority, and I did mention how that would aid that ability. Mapping is a public engagement tool, which is a council priority. Whenever we're doing a presentation, it's the GIS team's information that we use to develop the maps. Communications uses to put the boards together for public consultation and engagement. Is the seamless integration of field data collection with the town's GIS system, more and better web mapping for the public, as well as better service to other departments. So there are a number of departments that do rely on this data, and so a GIS technician would allow us to keep up to date with this information that other departments are relying upon. So for those reasons, we make an argument for a GIS technician position, and I would welcome any questions that you have.
Councillor Fedayko.
I'm not going to ask you how much they make.
Okay, I was ready.
I'll leave that to Councillor Reid. I just actually wanted to know, do we have anybody working in this department right now? How many people?
Right now, there's two. So there's Stephen Price, who is a GIS technician, which is his first love, as well as Bill works for him as well in that department.
Are any of, I know that you said like things like parks and roads, are any of those departments currently looking after their own stuff when it comes to mapping, or does it all go through GIS?
It all falls through GIS.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just so you know, all of the departments, we are heavily reliant on these two people. Everything that, all the great maps and everything that you see that we produce, all come out of this one department. And just on the efficiency side, that one thing that we kind of glossed over a little bit, but when they identified these 40 new garages in town, those are all accessible property, and that accessible property now gets assessed and gets taxed. And so the technology has come so far to allow us to do these types of things without having to leave the building. It's amazing. But there's just so much more that we could do in the GIS area. Sorry.
No, thank you. And to preempt your question, Councillor Reid, $86,000 a year with benefits.
Say again?
$86,000 a year.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Should we take a break here, and then we were trying to break at 2:45. I know we only have, well, 3 more departments, but does it make sense to take a break? Yeah.
Well, we got Fabricio, so.
Yeah, let's take a break.
I round up. All right, thank you very much. So now we have the wage equity from FCSS, and we have Kim is the manager.
So good afternoon, Mayor Janang, members of council. I'm here today to discuss a request for equity for our grant-funded positions at FCSS. So as all of you know, FCSS lives downtown in the Big Blue Building, and we use the picture of a puzzle to represent the work that happens out of our building. This image of a puzzle is truly symbolic because we're a big department made up of many different pieces. Each piece is critical to help meet the growing social needs of the Cochrane community. Within our section, we have a number of different areas. This chart helps to show the 3 main areas: FCSS, the Resource Center, and the Parent Link Center, and the number of people working within each area. We're up to 37 people under our roof right now. Our area has grown at a rapid pace as we've worked to respond to emerging social issues. We have done this primarily with grant funding. This chart helps to demonstrate the funding structure of FCSS. Between all of our areas in 2018, we brought in over $1.7 million in grants. The municipality contributes just over $362,000, and between donations and user fees, we bring in almost 60. So this chart is for 2018, and it's difficult for us to forecast beyond that with grants because some of our dollars are not as secure. We apply for renewal every year. This chart also doesn't include the partnership that we have with Cochrane Society for Housing Options or the new areas that we've recently taken on with the Rec Department and Seniors on the Bow coming under our umbrella. The Resource Centre and Parent Link Centre currently operate with 100% grant funding. FCSS is primarily grant funded. However, the province has an agreement with the municipality where the municipality is required to contribute a minimum of 20% to support our program. We're fortunate and appreciate the fact that the town sees value in our service and does contribute a higher percentage. While we've been really good at seeking out and leveraging our grant dollars, it's ultimately resulted in creating some unique challenges for our area. Grant funding has ultimately resulted in creating inequity within our department. We have some staff that are seen as true Town of Cochrane employees, meaning that their positions sit on a Town of Cochrane grid and they're eligible for both STEP and COLA increases. These staff are depicted in black. As you can see, these positions are primarily concentrated in FCSS because the funding agreement that exists between the province and the municipality and our leadership positions. All of our coordinators sit on the Town of Cochrane grid as well. We have some staff that are grant-funded employees, so these employees are depicted in white. These employees do not receive the same benefits as the Town of Cochrane employees in two significant ways. They're not on a Town of Cochrane grid, which means that they don't receive step increments. The only way these employees receive an increase to their hourly wage is if the grant increases, and many of our positions haven't had an increase in over 3 years, some even longer. Secondly, these positions do not receive cost of living increases either. This too is dependent on grant funding. So we have operated under this structure for a very long time, and we're seeing that this two-tiered level of funding is having an impact on our grant-funded employees and our team as a whole. I worry about things like staff retention, job satisfaction, and morale as the disparity between positions continues to grow. It is ironic, but we're looked at as leaders in the community for equity and inclusion, and yet we're neglecting to do this within our own department and our own team. An example that highlights the difference between being a Town of Cochrane employee versus a grant employee is within our resource centre. So we have 3 resource workers working within the resource centre. Each of these workers share the exact same job descriptions, tasks, same level of responsibility. One of these positions is funded through FCSS dollars and is seen as being a true town employee, where it sits on the grid and is eligible for COLA and step increases, where the other 2 are not. At one point, these positions were all at the same level of hourly pay. Today, there's a difference of $6.50 an hour between these employees. So this is the growing disparity that I'm talking about. Today, I'm here to ask that it be considered to have all of our employees be placed on the Town of Cochrane grid and be eligible for both STEP and COLA increases. So just to be clear, I'm not looking for full funding for positions. They'll continue to remain grant funded, with just a small portion being subsidized by the town. They'll remain grant funded with annual contract renewals that will be based on the continuation of funding. So if we lose funding, we would continue to lose the positions as we always have. This request is for 2019, and it will affect a total of 18 employees, and I believe it is around $61,200 to bring equity to our area. So thank you for your time. Are there any questions for me?
Thanks for your presentation. I certainly think the principle behind all this is great, and I'm generally in support of what we've been talking about so far. My only question is a bit with regards to the precedent it's setting. So I guess with all the grant-funded employees, those are all hiring decisions that are made completely independent of the town of Cochrane, correct?
No, we do work with HR to hire positions, so they are, it's a little bit complex. They are town of Cochrane employees in that their paycheck comes from the town of Cochrane, but they aren't on a town of Cochrane grid where they do receive step increments or anything like that. We do annual contract letters with each of our grant-funded employees every single year when we get grant renewals. So we do still go through the HR process with
No,
the
so
town.
currently there's a bunch of employees that are, the town of Cochrane is involved in the selection process and the hiring process and the decision as to whether or not the job is even going to be created, and then the grants fund it, not the town?
Yeah.
Currently?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's-
it's funded through grant dollars, yeah.
Okay, that was different than what I thought. I thought FCSS was independently raising money and then hiring people. Okay, so,
It doesn't always, so where it might be a little bit confusing is it doesn't always come through the staffing request because grants come up at different times of the year. So as council, you might not see it coming through as a request because it isn't town dollars that are being used, it's grant dollars.
yeah, so I guess moving forward, if there is going to be an expectation of the taxpayers to be covering the salary, these people, will council and future councils be more involved in those hiring decisions? Or will FCSS keep on coming back to council and say, hey, we hired new grant people, we need to top up?
No, what I anticipate is we need to own some of this as well and make sure that when we're applying for grants, that we're applying for positions to be put on the grid at an appropriate place. And we'll be able to ensure that we have that ability to maintain their growth too.
Okay, thanks.
So Kim, the grants don't always come up at the right timing for the town budgets to come in play. So will you just work with HR to make sure that you're asking for enough on the grid to cover the expenses?
Yeah, we'll have to do that. Where it does get really complicated is our year ends are very different than town year ends for most of our grants as well. So we operate with about 4, sometimes 5 different fiscal years down there with grants renewals. So yeah, we'll work closely with HR because it won't align with the town budget.
I just don't want to see you miss an opportunity because I know a lot of the big grants have timelines, and if you miss them, you're out. Thank you.
Thanks for the info. I just have one quick question. When they're hired, are they aware that there's a disparity between, them being hired in a grant position versus, say, a town employee maybe working in the same position? Are they even aware of that? Or is it once they come into the job, sitting at coffee, they find out, somebody's making more?
What's happened, if we're using the resource center staff as kind of our example, at one point they were online. So we have staff in that position that have been with the town for a significant number of years, and the one position keeps growing. So at one time they were an equal position, but now that they've been there for a length of time, that disparity has grown. People do come on knowing that they are grant-funded employees. They do sign contracts, like typically annual contracts. So yeah, they're well aware of that when they come on.
So I just want to understand this better. So, like sometimes when you have like a project coming up, or there's grant opportunity coming up, or a program is being promoted by the provincial level, so you'll hire somebody in that position for that program that's being offered, that's covered by the grant, so then you have that person. But at the end of the grant, is it then the intention that that contract ends and that person would no longer be under the town of Cochrane umbrella? Or that once they're kind of coming in and working, there would be another need for them somehow? Because the FCSS, and I think there's so many great wins with how FCSS functions in Cochrane, just the concern is it's independent and flexible, which has created some great wins, but I would just wonder how you would keep that balance about not ending up with staff that we're committing to somehow that were initially just hired for a 1 or 2 year project. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does completely. I think it depends on the position that we're looking for. So we do have some positions that are shorter term. So our elder abuse position, for example, we knew was going to be a two-year term. The person signed on for that 2 years, and we finished that project, so that would be discontinued. Some of our different, like our resource workers, our Parent Link Center staff, are ongoing positions that we reapply for annually. Quite a few of the grants that we apply for are pretty regular, and we know that they're going to come through. But it just depends if it's like a short-term kind of contract project that we're doing, or if it's a long-term program.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, and thank you for understanding where I was trying to get to, because I can totally support this in an ongoing position. In one of those positions, we're a growing community. There's an expectation that this is a project piece that we're going to need. But on those project contract ones, I'd be a little bit worried, like, do we need to differentiate which ones would be part of the grid project? Because if you're coming on for a 2-year project, I'm not sure I would necessarily want that person brought in. And then I guess the second question, I think Dave's going to rescue us here. The second question is, with the STEP and the grid increments, do these contract people also receive benefits, or is there an inequity on the benefit side as well?
Anybody that works over the 20 hours a week does receive benefits, yes.
Whether they're a contractor or an employee?
Yeah. Well, they're all considered employees, just some are grant-funded versus town, like grid employees.
You know, and it's the difference between full-time permanent employee and a contracted employee. So the contract employees don't have the same job security as full-time employees, but what we're just trying to do here is give them equal pay for equal work. But they're still, if the grant goes away, then the position will go away.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I was trying to drill down. The equal pay for equal work, easy to support. It's just a matter of whether we were committing to positions inadvertently once the contract ended. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, Kim. Just to understand what we're signing up for, it's $61,000 this year, but it's going to be an ongoing thing, I assume, so that's 61 and whatever the step increase would be next year again, 62, 3, whatever that comes out to, yes? Okay,
Yeah.
and that's just ongoing is what we're signing up for?
Yeah, as long as we maintain those
The grant dollars,
grant-funded
right?
positions,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, and I don't understand this world at all, but when you're getting grant dollars for employees or people that are working there, obviously this isn't an ask we could go to the province with to say that we want to match our employees to the town rates. They just give us a dollar amount and we divvy that up amongst however FCSS sees fit. Is that how it works?
Yeah, we prepare our budgets for them. We do advocate regularly to the province and to our funders, for sure. And we haven't had any significant increases over the past few years.
And if they were to give you an increase, they're not, all they care about is it's a lump sum of money that gets sent to us, which is, so it looks like 750,000 last year, and then that's what you'd be arguing for, would be an increase in the 750?
Well,
Just so I understand how that works.
We write multiple grants. We probably, I don't even know how many funders we would have out there, but lots. So a big part of our role is writing grants, doing the reporting. Parent Link Center gets about 400,000, I believe, around there. For their part, Resource Center gets different funding, and we basically take a whole bunch of different grants from different places and piecemeal it together to be able to offer the programs that we do, if that makes any
Yeah, thank you. So maybe that's a better question to Mr. Devan, is that the numbers that I'm looking at in the community services government grants, that's just one lump sum total that's been rolled together? Or?
Yeah, it's a consolidation.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Oh, I don't have that.
Okay, thank you. I think that clears it up for me. Thank you.
There has been some increases that went directly to Parent Link or Resource Center for wages years ago.
Yeah.
Not recently, but if they did come in, that would offset some of the expenses.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, just
There it goes.
for Councillor Wilson. So FCSS, they've got government grants here at $750, but they also got, you know, you have Parent Link, you got a number of other programs that are under this umbrella. So you have to kind of add up all those categories and get to their total grant number.
Yeah, it's spread throughout numerous budgets. It'll be Parent Link, Resource Center, Home Visitation, Elder Abuse, and Community Helpers, I believe, those 5 budgets.
All right, thanks.
You're good, Councillor Wilson?
I think so. The only, I guess, now that we look at it that way, the only other thing on my mind is that, so we've got 3 different umbrellas. We've got Parent Link, Community Resource Center, and FCSS we're talking about, all 3 there. And so I guess maybe just to give me a environmental scan of it, how often do we add grant employees to those areas? How fast are they growing? I'm new to this. I've only been here for a year, so I don't know how
Our
fast it
Parent
grows.
Link.
Fair question.
Our Parent Link team has stayed very consistent with the funding. We have 6 team members that work within that area. The Resource Center funding right now, we have 12 employees that work under the Resource Center. And basically, we add to our employee pool to meet the needs of the community. So, for example, the youth homelessness Safe Coach program was added on 2 years ago because that was an ongoing issue. So it is hard to say when we do see issues come up in the community, we look for grant funding and put something in place to meet those needs. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to gauge the likelihood of next year, could there be, say, 5 or 10 new faces added, and that would also be added to our, because each person, we're stepping up and matching, it sounds like, so.
Our commitment, though, moving forward, is when we're applying for grant dollars, to make sure that that grant can fully fund the position.
Next position, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
So this is a kind of an interim makeup for the existing contract staff?
Yeah,
And
and
over
then-
time, this will be grant funded, is your goal?
Not, well, the subsidy piece will require support from the town, but moving forward, any new positions.
Any new, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
You know, basically what we're saying, if we have a grant-funded employee, new one, let's say it was 50,000, but we would pay them 52,000, then the grant would cover the 50,000, and we'd subsidize the 2,000. So, you get that?
Yep, increasing at
Yeah,
2%
so-
or so every year.
No, just for this, the difference between so we have 18 employees here, we're spreading 61,000, so, you know, do the math, like $3,500 per employee that are grant funded is what you're getting asked to pick up, the difference between what the grant would cover and what our employee would normally get paid.
Yep.
So, right?
But then that's increased every year?
Yeah.
To match the cost of living and the.
Yeah, if we have a
et
2%.
So
then-
that's your question.
Yeah, so the 61,200, so that would be taxed, that would be in the base funding now. And so next year, if we had 2% increase, we'd be asking you for an additional $1,200
Right.
to cover those people.
Yeah.
But not likely an increase that was added to because a new staff member was added.
Well,
It's
if
just
there
the
was, no,
existing.
if they got a new grant, you know, like a new program, something else, where 2 grant employees were, new employees could be supported with a new grant, then the grant would cover, whatever the grant covers, we cover the incremental difference for those 2 people.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right?
Thanks. Water, wastewater?
So yes, we've left Fabricio to the end, and so, on up.
No?
Oh, no?
He is at the end.
Oh, sorry.
But there's one more.
Troy's in Cuba, so we got Rick.
Troy picked a good time he's had this vacation plan for a while, so it was hard to say,
He
no, you have
knew.
to stay behind.
He knew when this was.
So hello once again, Council. I'm here to talk about the position request for the Water Wastewater Division. So W3, as we like to call it, versus Water Wastewater, it's a little easier to say, manages the water treatment plant, the water distribution system, and the wastewater collection systems for the town. They also provide locating services for the Alberta First Call. And like my colleagues previous, W3 is inheriting a large amount of new assets from new development, while at the same time providing utility services with increased user demands. Those user demands would be the water use and wastewater collection. All right. Okay. So as you may recall from the tour last year, the state-of-the-art water treatment plant is located in West Terrace. In 2019 and 2020, we will be expanding the capacity of the plant to match the water license. This will provide treatment capacity to approximately 4,000 residents. It is also important to note that Alberta Environment is increasing the training requirements and legislation around the water treatment systems. This will require additional training needs for the current staff of certified operators. So we do have currently in the Water Wastewater Division a manager, a coordinator, 4 system operators that do the treatment and distribution system water quality testing. This thing must be on a timer. 5 system maintenance personnel. In addition to that, there is a part-time water system technologist, water meter installer with a part-time water meter reader and 2 seasonals. If you can recall, we have a water treatment lab there where we do water quality testing from the water distribution system as well as from within the plant to ensure process efficiency, and online analyzers are reading appropriate numbers. We have been able to bridge the gap with automation, considering growth demands which correlate with increased water. W3 has utilized technology to effectively balance the capacity challenges placed on both staff and the system. Okay, some of the responsibilities of a water system operator. They manage the water treatment plant, they do maintenance at the water treatment plant, out in the water distribution system, they maintain the service lines. I guess this thing is trying to make me go fast probably, but hydrant repairs, valve repairs, it's all listed on there. We do have 9 treated water reservoirs. Those are underground storage tanks that hold the treated water, as well as 9 booster stations which pump the water into the system. There's an example of a water booster station that is located in one of the residential areas. They blend in quite nicely to the community. They do provide critical water service when needed. That's what it looks like inside. They run 24/7 and provide sufficient flows into the distribution systems. Most of these sites are also automated and can be monitored remotely. They also look after the wastewater collection system and support some of the system maintenance people in that area. Again, 9 lift stations within the various areas. That's what one of them looks like, but I'm going to go back to the previous slide. They also look after the large pump station to Calgary. Unlike the water treatment plant, we pump our wastewater to Calgary for treatment. We also, this is where we do the location services as well. There's an example of a sewage lift station in Heartland. Again, some of that is automated and can be controlled remotely, but they all do require site visits to ensure there's no vandalism or any type of leaks within some of the pumping systems and piping. This is a wastewater chlorine building for our pipeline to Calgary. We're required to add chlorine into the system. We have a master servicing agreement with the City of Calgary, which implements fines if we have overstrength sewage charge or odors, as well as H2S gas buildup. So we do have to add chemical into the line, and that's what some of the system operators do on a daily basis. This is what you get for $6.1 million. This was phase 0 of the wastewater capacity upgrade. It's an underground storage tank, which currently stores added demand of wastewater, and then we pump it back into the system for off-peak pumping. Those are the pumps that pump the wastewater to Calgary. They're relatively large, 200 horsepower pumps that need to be checked and inspected daily. That's an example of what some of the aging infrastructure looks like, that some of the operators have to inspect and from time to time fix. The operators also consult with management on forecasting when some of this asset needs to be replaced. We also provide support services during disasters. This is taken from the water plant. Obviously during the flood of 2013, it flooded over where the bridge is. We have a waste or pond right over here. We also provided additional services to help the fire department during the fire and fireside, where they needed large volumes of water. So there was constant communication between the Fire Ground Command and the water treatment plant operator. So in closing, we are looking for a new full-time water wastewater operator. This will be funded through the utility rates. We're looking at a cost of $36,250 from the water and $36,250 from the sewer, split 50-50. And I'll answer any questions.
72.5?
Yes.
Councilor Federico.
I just have one question for you. Is there a lot of overtime in the department, and will having an extra worker help take off the pressure of some of that overtime?
The overtime in the water wastewater sections is predominantly determined through mechanical failures in the systems. We have probably 21 different stations that are running 24/7, so when they fail, we get the call outs. We try to do all of our work during regular work hours, so there is no need to bring operators in after the fact. A new operator would certainly extend the need for the overtime on the current staff and would allow for a little more work-life balance with that group, because we are starting to see increased overtime with the aging infrastructure as well as the number of systems that are in place, as well as all the pipes under the ground.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
What do you call this growth-based, Mr. Deans? I imagine with the amount of automation going on, it's probably comes in steps, increments, I would imagine.
Yes, this is a growth-based position, most definitely. We have been able to bridge the gap of growth with automation, but it still does require boots on the ground to ensure that the systems are operating as they need to be.
When did we last add somebody to this team, just out of curiosity?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I know for a fact it wasn't within the last 3 years.
Been a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Thank you.
I think the last person that was added in the W3 section was a system maintenance person, not a treatment plant personnel.
Good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. The moment you've been waiting for.
Yes, we're here. Fabricio's going to talk about his environmental positions.
No pressure.
Good, no. Thanks, Dave, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor and Council. So for 2019, Waste and Recycling section is asking for 2 positions. One is a new position, one is just a classification. I want to clarify that the budget for waste and recycling and eco-center are 2 different budgets. They are tariff system, they are utility-based, supported, so no money is coming out of taxes. They do pay a fee, a household pay a fee. It is in their utility bills with water and wastewater fees. For the position asked today, there is no need to increase the fees to fund this staffing request because of growth and because of cost efficiency that this position would bring. First position is an environmental educator. It's a part-time temporary position. The town currently doesn't have an educator. Currently, educational programs are provided by the town are limited. I go most of the time to schools and communities, and they might like my accent, but I'm not an educator. And we do pay a consultant to go to schools mostly. There is an increased demand for communication programs and engagement activities in the town. The town has a goal of 80% of waste diverted from landfill by 2020, and the town also has water supply concerns. So those are topics that we need. We want to have an educator to work on. This position will be shared between waste and recycling and W3, so water and wastewater section. The environmental educator will contribute to achieve the town goal of 80% of waste diverted from landfill, and will also contribute to reduce water consumption and waste of water, and would help us to deliver programs for these goals. For the waste and recycling section, this position would promote waste reduction and diversion, presentation of schools, implementing programs for the schools, and we are currently paying a consultant, external consultant, to do these programs. The schools are asking more and more about educational programs in there, so we are giving them as much as we can, but these programs carried out with consultants are expensive. Eco-center tours, we're currently doing with eco-center staff. Assessment of contamination waste cards, education door-to-door with residents, develop educational materials, and presentation for community association and ICI sector. For the water sector, for W3, this staff would provide tours at the water treatment plant, would monitor water times, educate residents about time of the water and handing door cards, notification about meter replacement, develop education package, special events, water barrel sales and events, and advocate for climate-based irrigation systems. How can we pay for this position? Good programs in waste and recycling would lead to more diversion material from the landfill, and we know that recycling and composting material does cost much less than disposing material at the landfill. So this would help. And we would reduce the cost of using external consultant. In 2018, we are going to spend something like $10,000. For this position, for this environmental educator, what we are thinking is a temporary 6-month position, part-time position. It's a kind of a pilot. We want to have this person here for 6 months and to see what we can achieve with this person, how beneficial can be this position for the town of Cochrane. And if we do consider the reduced cost for the external educator, we would have an actual cost in 2018 of $1,500. This position doesn't require any benefit. And yeah, maybe I can get questions about this position before going to the next one.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, just from my point of view, something as the bi-weekly pickup has been highlighted in the community, I've been getting a lot of, well, I've been educating myself for one, but also talking to a lot of people about this topic. And one thing that keeps coming up is a need for more education. So I commend you on actually being proactive in that, in a reduction of waste diversion, not just by the bi-weekly pickup, but also through education. So I do see the need for this position. I do like the fact that it's a pilot too, part-time. Councillor Flowers?
I see the need for it. I'm talking to more people out there and they're not doing it correctly, or they don't understand, and there's definitely need for education, particularly in condos.
Anybody else is good on this one? Okay, thanks.
Second position is a part-time permanent staff at the Eco Center. Currently at the Eco Center we have 3 full-time employees and 3 casual staff for Saturday shifts, vacation coverage, working during peak days a month, and some educational activities. Over the 2.5 years I've been here, I had to hire 10 casual employees at the Eco Center. So we hire them, they stay for a little while. It's not great pay position, it's casual, no benefits, so they leave. Because it's a student, because someone can find a different position. So we do invest in this position, and then when they are trained, pretty much they leave. So it's a lot of work and a lot of time, a lot of resources involved in these casual positions. why do we want to hire a part-time position? EcoCenter is currently evaluating to take over recycling organics collection at town buildings. For example, here at the ranch house, all the recycling and the organics collection are picked up and collected by a private provider. So we are paying this provider to do these services. And this is done in all the town buildings. So we are thinking that we would like to keep in town this money, and so we would like to be able to provide this service. With the current resources, we wouldn't be able to do that. Having a long-term employees would allow for better training, and that it translates increased cost efficiency, more consistency, flexibility, potential change in hours of operations at the EcoCenter, and of course efficiency at the EcoCenter with cost effective. What would this person do? Fully trained employee for tasks carried out by full-time staff in case of a sudden staff resignation, leave of absence, and would allow to maintain high-level service at the EcoCenter. We know how important it is for us to maintain a very high level of service, of customer service at the EcoCenter, and we can do that when our staff is very well trained. We could be able to implement, to take over the recycling organic services at town buildings, and we'll be able also to look into downtown recycling services, to implement those services. For this position, considering the savings of elimination of one casual position, because of course we do currently have 3 casual positions, we are thinking to reduce to 2 casual positions and to have one of these casual positions transformed into a part-time permanent position with benefits. So if you do consider the savings from this casual position that we are going to remove, the extra revenue we will get taking over more services, the cost increase from 2019 for this part-time permanent staff at the EcoCenter will be $3,000 plus benefits. Maybe Suzanne can help me with how much will be the total cost.
It's a total of 12,766.
For benefits, yeah.
Yeah, for benefits and for the increase.
Okay.
For benefits and time.
Okay. Councillor Nagel?
Have you put any thought into combining both these jobs into one position? Just like a full-time waste and recycling expert? An educator and a worker?
It's a different knowledge, different training, and different responsibility, I would say. I mean, the educator, I see this position working the office and around town, talking to people directly. The EcoCenter staff would work basically at the EcoCenter, and then sometimes running a truck and going up, picking up garbage around. So they're 2 different profiles completely. So I don't see combining the 2.
Okay.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just curious what it actually looks like, so town buildings, when you're doing organics and recycling collection, is it one guy in a pickup truck, or what do we have right now for infrastructure to do that?
It's one guy it wouldn't be in a pickup truck, it would be in a cube van truck.
Okay. And that's how much we'd save from our contracted service?
It's around $10,000.
Yeah, okay. And so there's no likelihood of expanding that would just be town buildings, and we don't have the equipment that the contractors have to actually go door to door in the neighborhoods. This is just a cube van, is what I was asking, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a cube
okay,
van, yeah.
understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you for your presentation. So that's the end of the staff.
All right, yeah, that's all the staff. Yeah, so I think, I hope you can see that all the managers are quite enthusiastic. They are all looking for to manage their growth, improve their customer service, and generate efficiencies in the organization. And so now it's kind of over to you. Do you support these positions? And And if not, which ones do you want to debate?
Well, before we get into that, I just would like to thank you for all the presentations. I have found it very helpful. And in past years, I think we've had senior team leaders present on behalf of managers, and not that that was not good, but this was a different level of digging into to each position. So I've actually found it quite helpful.
Well, you can say it, they're much more effective at promoting their areas, yeah.
Well, I also see the benefit in having managers here during budget and talking to council and everybody having this back and forth, so.
It's
thanks
a
for
great
that.
training opportunity for everybody.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great move. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I too wanted to echo the opportunity of being able to have the presentations done this way. I can't really recall how they were done in the past, or at least last year. It's just kind of a blurred memory, but a bad memory at that. But this was really, really helpful, Mr. Devanna. Two things I wanted to say. One is, at least for me, I would support all the positions that have been put forward today. And the second thing I was going to say, and after this, maybe you want to do this after the discussion, but I think it would be a good opportunity publicly to be able to say just exactly what the town's hiring practices are. If these positions were approved, some or all, there seems to be a public perception that needs to change. And as I understand it, the town's practices would be, if any or all these positions were made available, that they would be publicly posted, and that our philosophy is that we would look for the best person for the position for the town. Is that correct?
Yep, we have a policy to hire the best qualified candidate. We've reinforced that the last year. And any of the new positions will get posted external and to be filled. If there is a position that has well, no, even, they'll all get posted, yeah. So, but, pay equity, those types of things are excluded from that.
Yeah, it's understood.
And, just to give you some statistics, there is some thought that in competitions that we hire internal candidates, and, we had some recent statistics that 19 positions that had both internal and external applicants, 10 of them were awarded to an external candidate, and 9 of them were to an internal candidate, which I believe is a good balance of hiring the best qualified candidate.
Yeah, congratulations. I think that's really reflective of an appropriate hiring practice in terms of equity and today's standards. Thank you.
We're very focused on getting the best possible team.
Councillor Flowers?
To support all the positions that you put forward. I think they're well thought out and good arguments for all of them. I just wondered if you had thought about any of them being pilot projects or short-term contracts rather than being committed to years to come.
Some of these were, these limited term type positions, and so they've already, in a way, they've been piloted already using other sources of funding other than the property taxes. But no, these are the positions that we feel we need to maintain or improve our services in each of these departments. So,
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think staff did a great job in making their case for these positions. As we were going through, we were able to get an understanding of the cost of each position. And I was just wondering if you could just refresh my memory of how are we setting the wage that we're setting for those different positions? How does Cochrane select what we're going to offer for different, like for a plan or two in comparison to either a comparable municipality to the city of Calgary? What's that policy?
well, we have an established wage grid for all of these positions, and then there is, most people start at step one of 6 steps, unless, of course, they come with significant amount of external experience, then we may start them higher in the grid structure. And our grids, our wage grids, which are posted on the internet, you can get them. We go out and do a salary review process. I believe it's every 2 years. We did one last year. We didn't do one this year. But that's how we establish a fair wage for each job.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Padeco?
I guess kind of a follow-up to that. So, I mean, the amounts that they gave us, the 72.5 or the 66, the 106, like that is the maximum of what we're going to be paying somebody if we're hiring in this position. That's not going to fluctuate depending on if they came in with more experience and started higher on the grid.
Well, we manage a $21 million budget, and so we estimate where these positions need to be to create the budget. Most of these positions would be started at the lower end of the grid if they're new positions, so.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there's going to be a fluctuation in range of the amount that's kind of being estimated that is.
There could be, but it wouldn't be a material amount within the total budget, and we wouldn't be coming back to asking for more money.
Okay, everybody's good to move on? Everybody's in favor of the staffing positions as they're laid out? Appears to be.
All right, great.
Thank you.
That's terrific. I'm sure the staff will be very happy. Are you trying to work this thing?
Can I, before we move on to corporate services, can I go back to the question around the corporate properties in the budget that Councillor Reid had, where I said there was a mistake from the projected 2018? So I did hand out to council a copy of the updated one, and I just want to walk through it a little bit. So it is on page 47, so this is just an updated picture of what page 47 was, and it's strictly around the projected 2018, the 2019, 2020, 2021 budget asks. It's not changing. There was a mistake in the interdepartmental transfer in revenue. That actually is equal to the budget, so it's 180, 150, not 379, 270. That's a data entry error. The projected 2018 salary and benefits is accurate, 431,837, and the rest of the numbers are correct, resulting in a projected cost per capita projected in 2018 of $19.27. The reason that the salary and benefits is coming in projected well under what was budgeted is for half a year we had a vacant operator position while we were transitioning from the ranch house. While we were separating the two, the ranch house coordinator stayed here. He had applied for the operator position and was successful, but stayed here to help with the transition to the new manager in that role. So this budget didn't see that person come in for 6 months. As well as we did not, we had it approved last year to hire a contract administrator for capital projects working on the police station specifically. That position was not filled. We weren't ready to fill it yet. So that was a full vacant position. So that's why there is such a difference in the projected. All those numbers are still included in 2019. So while it looks like it dips, our cost per capita does dip down 1927 from projected. The 2932 budget 28 restated per capita will go down in budget 2019 to 2440. So if there are any other questions or if I explain that well enough, let me know.
Yeah, I think so. Everybody's good with that change? This maybe just highlights the data entry that you were talking about. Yeah. So maybe you did that strategically. Yeah. On purpose. Okay.
Well, it's absolutely true. This process is a very manual oriented, and I can't remember in my career the last time I saw it so manual. So it's been a while. So, you know, with the new hire and we're looking to automate this entire budget process where it's kind of the one entry process. We don't have to re-enter the same number over and over and over. So I expect a lot of efficiencies next year doing this. Okay, so assessment and taxation is the next one. So there is no material change in the department. In fact, we're expecting more revenue, similar expenses, and so our net cost per capita is expected to go down. But there is, you'll see in 2018, they projected supplemental assessment We were, and what that means is during the year, we get increased, buildings get built and they get constructed. And what the assessment department does is they go out and they assess those incremental changes between budgets. And this is what this represents. So last year, they were projecting 210 in this type of revenue, and they actually got 310 in 2018. And so that's it. That's a good news story.
Okay, Councillor Reid?
Just curious, how does that show up in an audit report? How do you?
Well, we just, in the audit, it'll have budget 210, and then it'll say how much did we actually collect, and it'll say 310, and then we'll roll down to the bottom, and it'll end
Maybe
up.
an auditor's note.
Normally, you would end up with a surplus.
Yeah.
Of 100,000 if that was the only account we had, and that money would end up in unappropriated surplus. That's how it gets accounted for. But the auditors will. This is money that actually comes in the door, the 310, so they'll know about it.
Thank you.
So the really, other than the increase in revenue from 65,000 to 95,000 for the user fees, which is explained on page 58, this is related to tax certification and assessment inspection fees. There is no material change in that budget.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, in the financial services, explanation 2019, the idea is to update to the Diamond Financial, and I think it's been well argued that we need to find some efficiencies there. But it does say cost to be determined. Is that just for the budgeting module, or do we have an idea of what the Diamond Financial is going to cost us?
Where are you, Councillor?
You've jumped to financial services on page 57, is that where you're at?
Yes, right.
Okay. In the action plan. So we have updated to the Diamond Financial System. We did that this year. It's our new ERP. This is the addition of the budgeting software.
Okay, and that's to be determined, and we just...
Yeah, we're hoping we can, it's a small amount compared to, so we're hoping we can absorb it within the capital, or within the operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If we could, I had a question on page 57 about, and I know it's 2021, but I just see a forecast of quite a leap in the salaries and benefits there.
Yeah, so, and it does, on page 58, it talks about, we are projecting to have a senior assessor 3 added in 2021.
Okay, I was
to
looking
the
for that on the
department.
other page and I missed it. Yeah.
It'll actually, we suspect it'll be a very hard position to hire and find. And so we've actually started working on, kind of almost a in-house training program to start getting people trained to get to this level of assessor, because Gail won't, maybe work here forever. So it's kind of our succession planning, but that one's a 2021 request.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Financial services, really the major change here is the financial accountant, which we just did earlier and was supported by council. And so that's the only change in this department for 2019. Information services. Again, we talked about the GIS technician in 2019. We also, next year, will be coming back and asking you for a database administrator in 2020, but that's just, that's a forecasted budget. It's not locked in at this time. We'll be asking for that again next year. And this is all getting back to, the way the world works these days is it's all about data. And we've got a lot of different systems here at the town, financial systems and asset management systems and utility systems, and they all have data, and it's all kind of geographically referenced in some way. And we have to start to get our data systems to talk to each other better. And that's why we'll be asking you next year for a database administrator, which will greatly improve our efficiency across departments instead of just within departments, but it's for another day.
Okay. Everybody's good on that?
All right, the next one's a big one. This,
what page are you on, Dave?
On page 59, called
Oh, yeah.
General Revenue. The upper side of it, on the revenue side, there isn't a really, there's not a material change in our revenues. There are some adjustments, but I wouldn't say material given the magnitude of the money, 1.5 million to 1.43 million. But this is where our infrastructure gap money is. So this is where last year you set aside 238,500, which was 1% of taxes. And then in 2019, you've added 2% to that, so now you're adding 3%, 753,040. In 2020, you're adding 5%, which is 1.3 million, and in 2021, you're adding 7% to the total. So this is our infrastructure gap plan, and this is the one we're trying to increase our revenues, our savings account. By 2021 would be 1.891 million, which is a significant sum of money to set aside. So this is the one that we talked about earlier. Is it possible for, should we keep it at 2%, or should we consider slowing up the pace of this program? And so this is the time for the debate on that.
Okay. I expect everybody to be tuning into this one. Councillor Reid, you're quick to the button again.
Yeah. So last year, I was really in support of this, and I'm glad that this came forward. I guess for me, I would prefer that we have discuss what percentage this comes in at later on. For me, it's a kind of a bottom line question. What can we really afford? I think this is a pretty, well, I would suggest in my terms, a pretty aggressive plan over the next couple of years. But I mean, for this year, I think it's worthwhile, at least for me, having parked this until later on and we look at the bottom line and decide just where this fits in. But I believe that we should continue on this road, and just not sure what level.
Yeah. So are we able to bring that, your little spreadsheet? The one that, if you make adjustments?
Calculation? Yeah, it's saved in the extra.
Oh, okay. I wanted to have a little conversation about, let's say that we did reduce it to 1.5, which would take 0.5% off your 3.6, okay? But if you have to take 0.5% off every year for forever and ever, for a lifetime. So we would take, if we took 0.5%, it would be about 125,000. We'd take 125 out of 2019, 2020, 2021. The problem is that while it will reduce the percentage increase in 2019 from 3.6 to maybe 3.1, the 3.66 will still be the same. Even though you have to take 125 out, the base is lower and the percentage increase will be the same. And so I kind of want to show that because sometimes people don't believe me. But you got to take it out every year, and you still have a big number in 2020 at 366. It won't help that year. So it's really from a percentage basis, it's a temporary improvement to take it down from 3.6 to 3.1, and it will save the taxpayers a very small amount of money. So I'm just putting that out there when we actually do the work. And I have no problem sidelining of this, if the rest of you want to sideline it till the end and see if we make any other adjustments. You know, it's up to you.
Yeah, that way you could also then produce that chart that you're referring to. It might be
Yeah, I
able to
really
help
want
it.
to show you the impact
Yeah,
of
the
the
incremental
change in the
impact.
future.
Yeah.
Because I think that what you think the change might be and what it really is not the same.
Yeah. Okay.
So somehow we could coordinate to get that.
Thank you.
Otherwise, that's really what this whole area is about on the expense side. It's all about this 2%.
Okay, so I'm hearing Councillor Reid, you like the idea of putting money aside, and you like this infrastructure funding, but you're not sure about what level until you see the final number at the end of the budget. That's correct. Okay. Councillor Nagel.
I totally understand and agree with Councillor Reid's position. I have some other questions though, so I want to get those asked now in case you need time to answer them. But
sure.
When it comes to putting these money in reserves, does it just sit there as cash, or are we buying securities? Like, does it grow? Does it have an
Grows.
interest? By
Yeah.
how much?
Well, it depends what the going rate is, but the going rate is going up. It's getting more valuable to save than to borrow, because borrowing costs are going up. So right now, you probably can get, 3 or 2.75 to 3. But as the Bank of Canada raises the rates, this bank account will grow even faster. If you don't do this, and this is my biggest concern, I will come to you at a future date and say you need to borrow to replace this asset. And then we'll be borrowing at 3.5, 4.5. I don't know what we'll be borrowing at that point. I just know it won't be 2.45 like we got one last year. It'll be higher. All indications are.
So if we put money into the reserve account today, are we buying like fixed rate investment assets, or is it flexible where it changes every single year as interest rates fluctuate?
I'm not an expert on but we would be in, I don't know for sure, but we would normally be in shorter term investment, certificates, because we can't tie up the money for long periods of time.
Okay, I do think it's if we're going to be putting millions of dollars away, it is definitely worth getting educated on the expected growth rates of those investments, because I also think there is value in leaving money in the private sector. Like, because if we leave money in people's pockets, they spend it in businesses and invest it and save it in their own accounts, and then it grows in other means. So there's a strong argument to be made that unless we're getting a significant return, we can actually benefit the economy by allowing people to keep the money as opposed to just shoving it in some account. But I would like to see more about our expected growth if we're putting millions away.
My issue with it, and I don't disagree with that in principle. My issue is with this spreadsheet, when you look at how much we're saving and how much our assets are depreciating, so they're depreciating at all 5.8 million, and we're only putting aside 2.1 million. The difference between that number needs to get made up somewhere. And so we know these assets are deteriorating at that rate. And so that's a big gap, a $4 million gap. That's a big gap between what we save and what we depreciate. And so I'm just trying to move us down to get in a more fiscally responsible position where we can replace our assets. And it really is a matter of how quickly you want to get there and how much money you think you need to have. And yes, I would agree that we're on an aggressive schedule, but if we can afford to do it, I think we should do it. Affordability is, so I'm going to show you here, if we cut 0.5%, I'm just going to use 0.5 for the fun of it. Oops, damn it. So we minus, I'm just going to, a nice even number. So you can see.
Maybe we can make that a little bit bigger.
Yeah, well, I'm going to lose, I need to get rid of some of these columns here, maybe. Would be better. Let's delete these. It's going to work. How do I make it bigger?
Control scroll up.
Going to lose something. All right, good. What a great hire, eh?
In information services, yes.
All righty. Okay, so if you decided, let's say we only care about 2019, we're going to cut 0.5%. We're going to drop it down. The tax increase would go to 3.1. But next year we go to 4.15. Me personally, in my 15, 20 years experience, council never gives me the 4.15 a year later. If I didn't do it, the numbers, I'm just going to take it out again. So it goes back to 3.59, 366, 2.95. So my thing is, if you're going to work on a multi-year plan, you got to take out the 125 this year, bring you to the 3.1, let's say that's what you want to be at. I will be asking you to take it out again next year, because I don't want to be at 4.16. And we'll take it out the year after. So what a point I'm trying to make is it used to be 3.6, now it's 3.1. It used to be 3.66, you took 125 out, and it actually went up to 3.7. And then the next year that was 2.95, because the public only wants to look at percentages for whatever reason. They never look at the dollars. But the actual percentage is going up in the years later, even though you took the same amount out. I just want you to know that that's how the thing works from an accounting point of view and from a percentage point of view. Anyway, that's all. That's my little piece of education. So what the 125 over 10 years, so we've basically stopped saving $1.25 million over that 10-year period, and we did that to save 0.5%, which is about 50 cents a month. So I'm just trying to make my point. Okay, I'm sure I've made it.
I do have more questions still.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just respond to that, but first, then I have some other questions. I mean, my personal perspective is I really like to hold taxes to a per capita inflationary growth indefinitely. That's like my goal. So with this example, I'd actually just like to see us find even more reductions in the future. But going back to this table you referenced with the depreciation number, how did we come up with that depreciation number? Is that like every asset in the town of Cochrane, from pipes to roads to the ranch house?
This is every tax-supported asset that we own. So every truck, this building, every roof, everything, we depreciate that based on their useful life. And so we know how much it costs us. If it's a 50-year asset, we divide it by 50, we depreciate it that 1/50th. That's how we get that number. That's a known number, it's a calculated number. And the other thing about this 5.8 million, that's based on historic cost. If I had took all those assets and said, how much is it going to cost me to replace that pipe I put in 50 years ago, which we know it's going to be 3 or 4 times more, then that number all of a sudden becomes the replacement cost for that 5.8 million worth of assets is really 15 million. And you're only saving 2 million. So to me, it's pretty obvious that the math's not going to work. And all of the presentations that we've been doing today, every department, civil engineering department, the planning department, roads department, wastewater department, we're all talking about getting ourselves to a position where we actually know what assets we own, what condition those assets are in, and when they need to be replaced, and how much it's going to cost to replace them. I'm just using historical data, and we need to be using projected data. But it's clear to me that if you continue down this road, you're not going to have enough money to replace their assets. And this is the case with every municipality in Canada, so it's not like we're any worse than anyone else. And then the other thing, this budget would be a zero budget, which is what you say you're okay with inflation. Well, inflation's over 2%, and if we weren't doing transit and we weren't addressing our infrastructure gap, we would be below inflation, we would be at zero. And so the real issue in this budget is, do we want to catch up? And do we want to add a new program? If the answer to those was no on both cases, you would have a 0% increase already.
Okay, so just to be clear then, this depreciation cost schedule is not some willy-nilly estimation, it's very precise.
It comes out of our financial statement.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you.
Directly out of there, that number.
Councillor Reid?
I love the case you're making, Dave. I was sold originally, I mean, I know this is your area of expertise. I think that was one of the great skills that you brought to the table as a new employee for the town. And when you introduced the concept last year, I was an advocate, and I think I was one of the first because I understood it. Again, for me, it's just a question of, and I understand the kind of the sequence of this in terms of compound interest. I guess for me, it's just a question at the end of the day what it comes down to, and that's why I've asked that it be parked until the end and we can come back to it. But I appreciate your argument.
Okay, great.
Councillor Wilson?
Quick voicing of support. I want to work backwards on this one too. It's important to me, the final number. And so I'd like to come back to this at the end. That would be the way I'd like to do it. Yeah.
So you like the idea of it, but you want to see what the...
Exactly, Councillor Reid's thoughts exactly.
Everybody concurs with that? Okay.
All right. So we got 15 more minutes to go. Do you want to enter into development services?
I think we should try and get as much done as possible.
I think we should too.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So can we put up the main thing again? It's always so funny. I try to move this and it's moving twice as fast from over there. Oh, here we go. Actually, I did want to touch on a couple of the goals in the development services area. First one, economic development. They're looking to update their strategy in 2019. I think that's really important that, especially with the Tri-Site project, depending on what comes out there, and also integrating our economic development with our tourism strategy, I think is very important. In the planning department, Riley talked about streamlining his operations and looking at ways to be more efficient in the way we process applications. I can tell you that I'm very impressed with the level of interaction we have with development community as far as, our customer service level with them. Where I've been before, we have a lot more complaints than we have here. We're updating the land use bylaw, which is a critical project. It needs to get done. And we also are looking to update our municipal development plan, which is aging. And then the safety codes, we are moving away from contract services and bringing things in-house. This is actually saving us money. All right, so Development Services Administration on page 63. There is no significant change. This is really Drew and his administrative team. Planning services. We are adjusting the fee structure, which you will review later on, which is generating a bit more on the user fee side. The reserve trans, where are we? Government grants. I can't remember why those went down.
Well, there's a couple of projects that are included within here. So one of the, I think the key points you heard earlier today in Riley's presentation, obviously the Planner 2 in 2019. There is the in 2020, the Planner 1. And then the projects that you're familiar with, under the contracted and general services, that would be the corridor study that we discussed earlier this year, as well as an industrial parking study next year as well.
Any questions about planning services?
Councillor McFadden?
Just a quick one. Sorry, it's the corridor study and the industrial parking strategy, is that what you said? Okay. That needs to be done.
And we will be bringing, which is in our current workflow, is the downtown parking study that we've been working on. So we met recently, and we'll be bringing that first thing in the new year. So we have done some work on that already. So again, the industrial portion is a subsequent portion of that.
The rule and so in just having a quick look, I can't find it now, on the list of municipal plans we have, one of them is the Parks and Recreation plan, Jerry, help me out, that's pretty dated, and I'm not sure if that's, whose department would manage that, but in future years to add that to the plan.
Which one?
Parks and Open Spaces would fall under the Parks Department, Community Services, and it was in 2012 that we did that plan.
2012? Okay. Yeah. So, I just wondering if that might be something we want to look at, because a lot's changed, a lot of our base assumptions have changed in recent years. So I just want to flag that one. Overall, I'm good with this.
Okay, good.
All right, civil land development. The major change here is we're looking at an adjustment to our fee structure, which is generating an additional $50,000, pretty much doubling our fees. And so you will debate that later on, whether you're in favor of those fee adjustments or not. And then we already talked about the, turning the limited term position into a full-time permanent position. Safety codes. Again, this is really our only program that is a profit maker. We are increasing our profits in that department from 403 to 509. We are expecting some modest increases in our user fees, and we're expecting significant decreases in our contract costs, and that's going to be offset somewhat by our increases in our salary costs, but the overall position of this program keeps improving.
Good. Tourism, economic development. Page 65.
So this department does include both economic development and the Visitor Information Center. Seems to be some modest increases in the user fees, but I'm sure that's just related to growth, not really related to the fee structure. Otherwise, it's pretty, there is no change in the staffing, and there is no material change in the materials, goods, and supplies. And we are going to be working on the economic development strategy for 2019.
And the tourism strategy and the tourism group is later on in the budget, just to be.
Yeah, they're a grant.
Yeah.
Right now, economic development and the Visitor Information Center are in-house services, and the tourism is a partnership
community
provided through a grant program. There is some hope that in the future that they may all be co-located in the same area, economic development staff. We moved one person downtown last year and now works at the Visitor Information Center. But in my preferred world, I guess all of our economic development people would work downtown, and we would be working in close contact with the Visitor Information, the Cochrane Tourism Group, in the same building in the ideal world.
Councillor Wilson?
In your preferred world, Mr. Devanna, would tourism still remain grant funded and arm's length, or what's our vision on that?
We haven't explored it. I think it would probably stay separate. They are a separate organization. They have a separate funding structure. It's very common for tourism to be have its own envelope and funding strategy, but I think it's crucial that they work together. No, I probably wouldn't be against them being in the town, but I don't think it's necessary.
And just for numbers, I guess we're talking about tourism later. Tourism has one employee, can we say it that way, or if it's grant funded,
Yeah,
or is it an employee?
I think there's one employee, executive director, yeah.
Yeah, and then economic development has,
There's one.
Three.
So, sorry, tourism has some contract employees as well.
Right, yeah.
Right, so they have a number of different employees that work with them, but yes, and economic development has 3 here and 1 at the Vic. Or sorry, 2 at the Vic, well, so, sorry, 1 manager, economic development officer, clerk upstairs who does the business licensing and that stuff, and then a visitor information center worker plus some seasonal staff.
okay.
So business licenses, all that, yeah.
Which is something that we hope to make a little more efficient with our diamond.
Yep, thank you. Just clarifies how it's operating, thank you.
Okay, we're good? Infrastructure? Services?
Oh, boy. Okay. All right. So the big change in, this is on page 70. The big change with the infrastructure administration is the move to fund the capital projects engineering position instead of funding it out of reserve, to fund it through property taxes and make it a permanent long-term position rather than just the contract position. So that was, that's a major change in this one area, which you have indicated support for. Otherwise, there's no big change. Which brings us to transit. So you want to do transit today?
Probably not.
I think we
that's,
agreed we would do it in the morning.
Yeah, I think there's people that want to
Yes.
tune in for that or attend, maybe. We've got room for them, it looks like. Yeah. Councillor Wilson, did you have a question on?
Yeah, as I don't want to go over it without talking about it a little bit, I guess. Infrastructure services, we
Yep.
can talk about that, that's before transit?
Yep.
Yep, okay. In my email, I had the question about, so 2021, construct Center Avenue North Road widening and at-grade CP rail crossing. So I'm just hoping we could talk about where we are in that process. I know we're in the design phase right now. What's involved in the design phase, and just maybe we could talk about some of the dates with it. I did appreciate that I heard back that one thing we're concentrating on is the 1A and 22 first, and then moving our sites to this. Is that?
Yeah, administration's basic position is that we've got to focus on the transportation projects. We can't take up the whole town in the same year. So our focus in 2018 and 2019 is on the Bow River Bridge, and then in 2019, 2020 would be on the 1A Highway 22 interchange. We'll get the design work done for the Center Avenue, and then we'll be shovel-ready project to do the Center Ave widening in 2021, and then do this Highway 1A and Center Avenue intersection improvement in 2022. So that was our rationale for the sequencing this way. Is if we tried to do the 1A and the Highway 22 improvement, like the province tried to do it in 2019 and 2020, and we decided to also dig up Center Avenue and make that unpassable, we're going to have a major, major problem. It's going to be bad enough just having the Center Ave widening as a standalone project, let alone having all these other projects around it. So it's just logistically, I don't believe, possible to move up that project to to 2019 or 2020. Now, if for whatever reason the province chose not to do the interchange, then we could accelerate the Center Avenue project and do that year in either 19 or 20. But you got to look at it logistically. Like we closed Fifth Avenue for
It was about 3 days.
like 3 days.
Nightmare,
Yeah.
And it was a nightmare. So if we tear up, everything, and it's not, the public will not be pleased with the outcome. So, but if that other project doesn't go, then I think that we would come back to council and say, we got the design work done. Do you want to trigger that project? The Center Ave widening project earlier.
Okay, good. So design work should be done by April next year when provincial budgets come out, I assume? Is that?
Let Rick do
does
that
correlate? Yeah, thank you.
So right now, Councillor Wilson, we're doing some corridor reviews. We've got 5 different design options that we're reviewing right now on the widening of Center Avenue, and certainly looking at doing a decision matrix on the benefits and the setbacks and the property requirements and costing for each one of those right now. So we feel that we're on schedule to be able to finalize our design for the widening of Center Avenue within this schedule that we're looking at. And we potentially we would be able to advance it a little bit earlier. Certainly there's a lot of stakeholder engagement that would be involved in any type of widening on Center Avenue. So we would like to have as much time as possible to land on our design and start the conversations.
And also because we're on the subject then, it's going to trigger another decision, I think, which is we're going to have to weigh whether we want to, at the same time, correct me if I'm wrong, when we want to do 4 lanes at grade, or if we ever want to do 4 lanes at grade, or just continue to do 2 lanes and look to the future for a underpass. Is that correct? Or is that part of the Center Ave widening? I'm just trying to understand this.
That is correct, Councillor Wilson. I have a memo right now that I'm reviewing that weighs out the advantages and disadvantages and the costs associated with a temporary expansion of Center Avenue at grade, and what it would cost, and then what would be a throwaway cost to come back 3 or 4 years later and do a grade separation. So I'm working through those technical details right now, and I'm certainly going to be in a position to provide that information.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. It's the consequences of this that I think everybody around here appreciates is that I thought we got elected on a mandate to do something about our traffic problems, and I think we're doing something about our traffic problems. I don't think we're negligent there, but we're going to go through a 4-year term here without expanding Center Ave on our current timelines. And I guess that doesn't sit really well with me, but we can at least say that we've improved we'll have hopefully a highway 1A and 22, which is well underway at least, and a new bridge, I suppose. And if it's not well underway, then we're going to talk about speeding this up, I guess would be the idea.
Yeah.
But, yeah, right.
But we are planning to widen the highway, or widen Center Avenue during this term. 2021 is your last year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Shovels in the ground 2021 is our current pace.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's what we have it in the budget for, 2021. It's the intersection improvement on 1A. And, so when you're coming down 1A, you got to have 4 lanes to go into before we want to, that's what our plan is. And so you do that improvement in 2022, which would be outside the mandate of this group.
Right.
So, but there, there's a lot of moving parts, and so, it's not, I can tell you administration we understand what your priorities are. We just trying to logistically make it happen.
I guess the sobering reality for me here that I hadn't considered is that it's not just a money play, it's how did you phrase it, a systematic play of one thing after another? Logistics, thank you, logistical play of one project after another rather than we can't do everything at once, even if we can afford to, even if we put all the money together.
Well, if we could get 28,000 citizens to go on vacation for 6 months,
right,
you'd do it all.
Right.
But that's not going to happen.
Thank you.
The other thing I would like to highlight too is in this budget, does it include the design for the 2 grade separated crossings? And not
It does
not the detailed design, but the concept of something that we could take, and Councillor Wilson and I were both at that meeting with CP about having something to actually champion with them.
Mayor Janung, most of the budget that I'm currently working from will be absorbed through the widening process, but it does include some high-level costing. We had already started on the Center Avenue grade separation, so some of that work was done through previous budgets. So we're also looking at a very high-level Fifth Avenue budget as well, in addition to looking at Fifth Avenue as a potential expansion at grade. So we've got a lot of different variables going on right now within the current budget we're operating in.
Yeah, I guess just what I took away from that meeting was if we had, it doesn't need to be engineered, it's a very high-level concept of something that we could take as politicians to CP and say, this is what we want eventually, and that we've actually put funds towards it. So you're saying that we can achieve that within the current budget?
Yes, I believe that would be possible. It certainly wouldn't be a shovel-ready design, but it would certainly be higher level for sure.
It's not on a napkin, but it's on it's a town of Cochrane. Yeah, okay. Councillor Fedayko?
I only have one question, and I'm sure it's built in here somewhere, but is there cost for improving crosswalks and things like that with lighted intersections, and is that being budgeted for?
That, Councillor Fedenko, appears within the operating budget for the roads division. They're the section that's responsible for crosswalks. So we're in the process of building a 5-year capital plan for solar-powered crosswalk implementation, looking at the different priorities and warranting those priorities, and then assuming that we would potentially be installing 2 of those per year.
Thanks.
And just as a reminder, we do have the full capital strategy in the budget review tomorrow. This is a good spot to highlight it, but we're going to go over it again tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to go over the whole capital plan tomorrow.
Okay, well, I think we're at 4:30.
I think, yeah, I'm happy to be finished. I'm getting tired.
Okay. Yep, we're back here at 8:30 again tomorrow and on at 9. Yep, I think we leave everything where we are and everything's secure.
All right, thank you very much.